What is poppin', everyone? Happy Halloween. Welcome to the 2022 edition of the Mix Next Showcase. I am your host, Justin Woodward, co-founder of The Mix, the Media Indie Exchange, indie team in Terabang Entertainment, and an advisor on the Black Game Developer Fund, as well as Black Voice in Gaming. We're at the gorgeous Wilmer Sound Studio in the heart of Berkeley, California, and I am with my lovely co-host, Candace. Hey, Candy.
Hey, Justin. Hey, everybody out there. So happy to be here, as always, especially right before Halloween, which is one of my favorite times of the year. We are getting super festive this season. We've got a lot of great game trailers, reveals, shadow drops, and dev commentary for games coming out this fall in 2023 and beyond. Now, before we get started, Justin, for the folks tuning in, what exactly is The Mix Next?
So for the folks tuning in, The Mix Next is a celebration of indie devs and their games, where we focus on sharing great games and their creativity behind the development. The event was created by devs for devs, and at the end of the day, this is all about the games and the people who make them. The streams have been super awesome. Since 2020, we have exceeded 9 million views. We appreciate all of you for tuning in and want to show you some love by dropping you all some keys. When you see the QR code that pops up on the screen, don't be shy. Make sure to snap a pic and enter to get some awesome games.
Awesome. Once again, we have teamed up with the exquisite folks at Valve to showcase our stream on their platform in order to support the devs. Be sure to check out the Mix Next event page on Steam, where you can wishlist or play the games that are featured in this event.
Yes, make sure to do that. Support the devs on every platform. We want to give a huge shout out to all of our sponsors for helping us to make this thing happen. You guys are great. Here they are in all their glory. Shout out to our broadcasting partners for supporting this showcase and the developers on the stream as well. Twitch, IGN, GameSpot, Steam, everyone else who co-streams. You guys are awesome. Also, salute to the developers who are participating. They have all contributed their games and resources to make this thing possible.
Now, after the showcase, be sure to stay tuned for the Mix Next Publisher Spotlight show, followed by the latest Black Voices in Gaming. The Publisher Spotlights will feature the creative pro indie pubs Raw Fury, tinyBuild, Akupara, and Assemble Entertainment, where they will show you their next hotness.
That is going to be fire, Candy. The games for this event are broken down into Spirit Swap Tetris-like blocks. This first block is dedicated to new reveals and updates from titles overflowing with creativity and style. We have a date announcement, insight on music creation, and we will take a stroll through Brazil with an exclusive new trailer from Sue the Real. Candy, I can't wait.
I can't either. Let's get started.
I travelled alone, as I always did. Since if I were to be betrayed, my journey would have become a race against those with more money and power. And then, I took my first step onto Akrian ground.
It shouldn't be that hard to find a way out of here.
And so, the mysterious guide finally reveals himself. It is I, Boji, apprentice to the greatest sage of Akria.
Why should I believe you, a talking wolf monster?
You, my fellow adventurer, are now bound to this valley by the stone in your chest. There is someone who can remove that connection, though the way to him is long and hard.
We all leave this place. Together. was a hard journey, wasn't it?
Hi, I'm OS9, the operating system of this phone. I need your help or I will be deleted forever. But don't worry, we'll crash the update together by creating errors. Come on, it's time to sabotage that system. Let's start with RAM, which is short for Random Access Memory. A whole lot of errors can be triggered in RAM, I'm telling you. I always get lost in Wi-Fi. There's just too much bureaucracy. Everything needs the approval of, a counter-approval, a signed form. It's just photos and social media F? Wait a nanosecond. How did they even get in here? Are you in the mood for some party in the speakers? The XOR NOR hosts the best ones, believe you me. I've always loved to visit this place, just to use a gallery. Have fun with the colors. You see that glowy green thing? That's acid, and I assure you, you don't want to touch it. Use your skill to make a path for us. Unzipper seems to have made itself at home around here. Maybe because of the heat? Nothing like a toxic exotic vacation, right? You're doing fine, but there still is a long way to go. Just to make sure, if it was up to you, you wouldn't replace me, would you?
Peggy 3. Hello, we're Newfangled Games, the creators of Paper Trail, a top-down puzzle adventure game set in a completely foldable paper world.
You play as Paige, a budding academic who's leaving home for the first time to pursue her studies. On her journey, she learns how to fold the world, merging two sides together to solve puzzles, explore new areas, and uncover long-lost secrets.
So Paper Trail is available now to wishlist on Steam, with release planned for early 2023.
You don't belong here, pariah. There is no way back, and only one way forward.
I guess this is a story nobody will tell. how I ended up inside the twisted living hell. To be fair, I can't recall why I was even there. Blurry thoughts and pain won't stop until I figure how it happened. Yes, I can see paper sheets and paper all around. Even when I run or walk, I hear the paper sound. What was flesh before is now some roughly drunken house. All is lost in memories, but even those are just more paper.
Yo.
Wow, Mr. Cool looks divinely elegant. I've never seen anything like it as far as mixing fully hand-drawn animation in an adventure experience. So fluid, so splendid. Thanks to Sue the Real for showing such an ill perspective of hip-hop and development culture from Brazil. Yes.
Yes. I also loved the guitar shredding action mixed in with the game action from Parrish. It was so cool. Really, all the trailers look awesome. Up next, we are going to get into a narrative vibe with story-driven experiences that tug on your emotions and involve various genres and game mechanics.
Can't wait to get tugged on my heart. Let's go.
All right, we're going to jump to Chapter 3. You slip under the plastic panel and have to pause as overpowering hunger gnaws at your belly and your head. Something smells delicious. For a moment, it's the only thing you can think about. Gory, your friend. Old pirate, it's good to see you. You're smelling Gory, and he's dripping with flavor. Now, normally I would be able to sort of get a hold of myself, but I do not have enough brains points left in my head to do that. So I'm going to have to tell him, okay, well, I admit, my hunger's controlling me. Now, calm, friend. I have some slime, but what you need is a ruthless interrogation of your inner self. Oh man, I just want to ask him for the slime, but again, not enough brain power, so I'm going to tell him that I'm going to serve him as his servant forever if he gives me the food. That would be nice. Maybe someday. He reaches a slim arm through the crack, holding a goblet of slime. When hunger overtakes my failing self-control, so you found that you have grabbed his savory-smelling arm without trying. Okay, there's my monstrous instinct. And they're I'm really fighting against my brains here, which I have nothing. I'm starving, and I am just gonna have to eat my friend's arm. You grab Gory's arm and tug with delirious strength. The fear washing through him smells even more appetizing. The terrified monsterling proves quite elastic. Oh, chomp! Well, I gained some flesh and guts back, and I think I just ate him. You pull, and Gory's paw comes completely off. Chomp. So good.
Hey everyone, this is James from Goldfire Studios, and I'm the director on Arctic Awakening. We are so excited to be a part of the Mix Showcase this year and to be giving an exclusive look at some new gameplay.
Yeah, not really. I'm good.
Hey, it's me. Still kicking? Come back if you read me.
You finished with your beauty sleep?
You know I don't need any help in that department.
In Arctic Awakening, you play as Kai, an ex-Navy pilot who crashes in the remote Alaskan wilderness and must journey to find his missing co-pilot. However, the icy conditions will be the least of your worries, as you'll encounter various mysteries hidden amongst the trees. You'll also be facing the elements with only a court-mandated therapy robot, Alfie, to keep you company.
Navy days. Nothing on this scale.
Now, Kai and Alfie's relationship doesn't exactly start out on the right foot, considering the whole court-mandated aspect and all. But through dialogue choices and the actions you take, that can all change throughout the course of the adventure you'll go on together.
I wonder if I could wire this into the plane's radio.
What do you think we should do?
You shouldn't confuse Alfie for just another robot along for the ride. Alfie is a full-fledged companion character who will aid in your journey in countless ways, from accessing unreachable areas to helping solve various mysteries that you'll encounter. You're both lost out here and will have to work together to find your way, both physically and mentally.
My goodness! It appears we have found the source of the light.
See? They're practically adults. No need to worry. Like your bot pal said, we're out of here in no time anyway, huh?
All of this takes place in a massive, handcrafted world for you to explore and experience Kai's story in. We hope you'll join us to help Kai find his co-pilot and a way home when Arctic Awakening releases on Steam and consoles in 2023. Until then, be sure to wishlist on Steam, say hello on our Discord, and check out the demo, available now for a limited time.
Great to meet you. I'm Pip from No More Robots, and I'm here to chat to you about one of our upcoming games, Spirity. Spirity sees you moving to the countryside to write your book, but things take a strange turn when you drink some of the local tea and start to see spirits. Once you can see them, it's your new job to find and remind the local spirits of who they are, before heading up into the mountain to run a bathhouse just for them. If you've already played our demo, you might have met some of our spirit friends already. If not, I really highly recommend it. As you become both more spiritual by donating to the local shrines and friendlier with the townsfolk by chatting to them on the regular, they start to reveal that not all is as it seems in your new home. The townspeople's problems will lead you to find new spirits, and solving their problems helps these spirits feel more at ease again, slowly restoring the mountain and the bathhouse to their former glory. That's not the only thing you can do to fill up on inspiration for your book. The townspeople all have favourite hobbies that you can join them in, from cooking up great food to singing karaoke. Or maybe that should be whaling karaoke. As well as activities like fishing, digging for treasure, and bug catching. In fact, we've put so many activities in the game, we've just made a leaflet for you to be able to track them all on. So here's a quick sneak peek at that. However you decide to spend your time on the mountain, we hope you have an incredible, incredible time. Look after Wonyan for us. Hoini.
Have you ever felt stuck writing your theater play? Well, those days are over when you play Once Upon a Jester, a game about improvising your own theater show.
We're Bonte Avond, and this game is coming to the Nintendo Switch. Check out our new trailer here.
Once upon a jester, always looking for a new adventure. Grab your backpacks, we're gonna sleep in tents and stay up late again. Roast some marsh, see a star, sing a song. It's once upon a jester. Join us on a musical adventure. No matter what, we're gonna stay together. When we get on stage, we'll become what we love in our show forever. With you, I'll travel all the land, sock and jester till the end of the show. The curtains close, but backstage I will be with you. I'll travel all the land, sock and jester till the end of the
Once Upon a Jester, a game by Bonte Avond. It's about starting a theater show. It's coming out this year.
A 130 years. This ship is our cradle, our home, and our grave. Nobody alive today will see the end of our mission. You can imagine how that makes some people feel. We all still try to do our part. My job is to keep the peace. But a lot can go wrong in 130 years.
I love Monster, and I had no idea that Monster loves me back. The art style is fascinating with that one. Been following Arctic Awakening, and it looks like it is coming together nicely.
In this next segment, we've got some cerebral games that will keep your strategic mind muscle flexing. And then we'll preview some resource managing, world building simulations with gameplay that range from cozy to hardcore.
I love to flex my strategic muscle. Let's work it out.
Welcome to Bubblegum Galaxy, a new game from Smarter Club. Bubblegum Galaxy is a cute building strategy game about rebuilding the galaxy by designing planets tile by tile. You play as Hako, a young planet architect starting her internship at the Bubblegum branch of the Intergalactic Bureau of Planet Design. Alas, it won't be easy. The office is in disarray after the interdimensional universe server crashed, deleting the majority of the galaxy everyone was working on. Using her trusty computer and the Planet Designer's resultant software, Hako will have to design new planets to rebuild what was lost. Planets are built by placing hexagon tiles on a grid. The quality of your design is evaluated using a score value, and to get more points, you must place tiles with matching edges and colors together. The software will also suggest missions, such as connect 10 green tiles or create a forest of 20 trees, which will award you with additional points and tiles when completed. In between planet building sessions, Hako will be free to take breaks to explore the office and get to know her coworkers, who will react to her different actions in-game. Baz is the guy who's always friendly and happy to see you, although he never seems to be working. Magda is a hip young architect who will be Hako's supervisor, but she isn't that thrilled at the prospect. Laffy is a nice grandmother-like lady who will always give you advice when you need it, but sometimes doesn't know how to read the room. Penty is an organized and competitive robot who will always be comparing Hako's scores with their own. As you progress as a planet architect, you'll unlock new planets with new mechanics. For example, you will encounter tiles with elevation, challenging you to manage different heights and figuring out the best way to connect them. Or also animals such as carnivores and herbivores, where you must find the optimal distribution for them to produce a healthy ecosystem. As Hako finds her place in the office and rises in the ranks, she'll get closer to her co-workers and slowly find out the truth behind the deletion of the galaxy.
Hi everybody, my name is Thomas Sala and today I'd like to introduce you to Bulwark Falconeer Chronicles with just a bit of straight gameplay, so let's get into it. Bulwark is all about massive fortified settlements. I've already started a small one over here, and one of the two ways you do this is by flying around with your little surveyor, which can build wood mills and stone quarries and unlock resources for your settlement. The other way is by building from the ground. Simply start building towers and connecting those towers with walkways. Once a tower is connected, you can start adding foundations to it to sort of expand your settlement. You can build anywhere across the map, anywhere you want. It's a free-form builder, and you can use those towers and walkways to connect up your resource operations, in this case, a stone quarry. There's no numbers game here, but resource access is important, because when you have access to stone, you can upgrade your towers to stone towers and build stone walkways and stone foundations, which allow people to build nicer houses. We can go further by adding a trade route. Simply build 2 harbors and assign a specific captain. Each captain is unique, and unlocking them through little stories is part of the game. In the distance, we'll now build a mining operation and connect the endpoint of that trade route.
Many towers and walls built and connected to a mine on
And if you pay attention, you can see in the distance that captain is already starting to sail off and transport that iron and steel into your settlement, which allows you to build not just stone and wood towers, but command towers, which are large multi-storied fortified buildings which you can use to defend your settlement. Later on, you'll be able to assign commanders to them, which will build also units, because this is the world of the Falconeer, which is also quite a dangerous place. So part of Bulwark will be defending your settlement from raiders and enemy factions. That is a quick introduction to Bulwark, and I hope it's been enlightening and inspires you to follow the development of the game.
Quasimorphosis is a dark roguelike RPG set in the far future. You command a private military company, taking on missions all over the solar system. It is up to you to explore the solar system, survive unforgiving combat, and unravel the secrets behind demon invasion. Now, a little bit about the development progress. We are working on a complete and traversable map of the solar system, its planets, and natural satellites. That's the grand scene where the main events of Quasimorphosis will unfold. The player controls a spaceship that is both a means of travel around the solar system and the mobile HQ of the private military company they're a part of. At the moment, we're en approach to Venus, the location of our next mission. The spaceship HQ management involves compartment upgrades and crew management. We can clone, equip, and assign our PMC fighter to a mission. Every assignment has a briefing and a chain of internal events that affect its progress. The events are not mandatory to attend, and the player can often skip them by paying attention to hints and properly assessing the tactics of the situation. In terms of the combat mode, we've increased station tile size, reworked the player and enemy rendering system, and increased the number of animations for all available actions. With the addition of a line of sight for the player, the enemies now also have their own, which affects the gameplay significantly. Now you stay unseen if you're careful, and get ambushed by your enemies if you're not. We plan on releasing Quasimorphosis into early access in the middle of 2023. Be sure to add the game to your wishlist, and keep track of all the news and the release itself.
Hi, we are Behemoth and this is our new game Novalands. Novalands is an island management and factory automation adventure. You begin your mission on this newfound planet with high chance of being the next big source of energy that Earth needs so badly right now. The game is a relaxing adventure that starts with you collecting resources, exploring, and crafting new materials all by hand. This will make possible to unlock new techs on the research tree that very quickly starts to change the game completely. One of the first technologies to unlock is your ability to create and configure these charming little bots. And then, what before was a hard labor now becomes an easier and engaging task.
It's very satisfying to watch them work.
Speaking of bots, this purple one, we call it the Collector. You give them a material to search and collect, and then set a place to deliver it. The yellow one is the Logistics. It's the fastest one. It would basically move collected materials to where they are needed. For example, it would take copper ore from the deposits and put it in the furnaces. The blue one is the Fighter. You can put it on hunting mode to attack aggressive creatures that may be disturbing the other bots. You may have noticed that the world is divided by islands. They have different minerals, fauna, and flora. That way, when you unlock new islands, you are sure to find new discoveries and possibilities. Another thing that will help your journey tremendously is the people you find in your path. Some of them will open mysterious quests, others will join the crew on the encampment island to work on unlocking upgrades for you. One thing to be sure is that this planet is filled with creatures. Some are friendly, some are aggressive, but you don't necessarily need to fight them, and that includes the bosses too. You have epic combat encounters with these majestic creatures, but each of them has an alternative way to get to their reward without a fight. After a while, you'll step back and see what a world you have built. Bots working non-stop, transporter arms and drones moving materials around, a mega industry producing the most advanced resources, and rockets to export your production. If the sky is not the limit, come along to see where this journey will take us. Novalands is already available to be wishlisted. Ah, and one last thing. Play Novalands Emilia's Mission for free right now!
Welcome to Pixelshire, the perfect getaway from the hustle of busy living. Whether you want to farm, fish, fight monsters, craft, mine, become everyone's best friend, or do a little bit of everything, this adventure has plenty to offer. So sit back, relax, and make yourself comfy as we explore together the wonders of Pixelshire. While making your first steps in the town of Pixelshire, you'll meet Eva, Jack, and all the other inhabitants of the town. Open your heart to them and help them with various tasks to gain their trust. As you increase your friendship with each of them, you will unlock new, valuable skills associated with each of their professions. But skills aren't the only benefits you'll get from making new friends. You will also be able to ask them to follow you around and help you harvest materials to rebuild the village. Speaking of building, Pixelshire will also satisfy all your creative needs and allow you to tune into your perfect little Zen paradise. The only limit is your imagination. Soon enough, you'll be able to create your own house and breathe life into it with cute and cozy decorations that you can unlock or buy from the locals. Terraform your surroundings by creating hills, digging ponds, and growing gardens of beautiful foliage. As you travel through the lands of Arcadia, you will find your mind wandering as you discover new species of fish, plants, and fruits, all waiting to be cooked into delicious meals. Activities in Pixelshire will offer you peace in your daily routine, but also excitement in the land's mysteries, with plenty of secrets to discover. And don't forget to gear up before venturing out. Life can be dangerous out there. That's all for now. We hope you've enjoyed learning more about Pixelshire. Please don't forget to add the game to your wishlist and join us on Discord to keep up with the latest developments. See you soon.
Hi there, and welcome to Super Mini Mart. Let me tell you about our cozy management game. In Super Mini Mart, you get to create your perfect little supermarket from scratch and turn it into a thriving community business. First thing you'll want to do is to set up shop and get to stocking. What items are you going to sell? First impressions count, so make your store pretty for your new customers. And when everything is ready, it's time to meet your neighbors. Your patrons are the life of the community, but you're the heart of it. Get to know their needs, hopes, and turn first-time visitors into lifelong friends. Congrats! You made it through your first day. That's only the start, though. There is so much to do in Super Mini Mart. From the shelves, to the aisles, to the decorations. It's up to you to decide the look of your little nook. Or even your own. And that's not just it. Experience seasons, special themes, and build the shop of your dreams. Be it a farmer's market, a wine cellar, a media business, or my favorite, a chocolaterie. But that's it for the basics. There's a whole lot more left to discover when you'll play the game. You know what? You can wishlist Super Mini Mart on Steam right now.
I write this journal for those who seek knowledge, for those brave enough to change alchemy forever. It's our job to conduct risky experiments and push the boundaries of what alchemy can do. To live and learn from the land, craft extraordinary potions, traverse the vast wilds, and don't forget to befriend the locals. I found the Agari are rather fascinating creatures. But the world of alchemy is not one to take lightly. Exploding essences, risky experiments. One wrong move could blow your mind, literally. I will stop at nothing to restore alchemy to its former glory. For now, I remain the last alchemist.
Bubblegum Galaxy is so interesting and so cute. It is the perfect mashup of strategy with cozy.
So cozy. Yeah, I dig the genre bending in these games. It was so great to hear from Novalands about their strategy. Also, Super Mini Mart makes you want to go and start slanging avocados. Next up, we have some games that will push you towards the edge of your seat with horror and suspense, just in time for the Halloween season.
Ooh.
The very point of this is to run a trial version of a possible future.
This thing's frightening. It's a deep machine learning virus and highly compatible with more. And just like a human body won't have an immune reaction to one of its own cancer cells, more can't see red as abnormal.
Dr. Liu is leading the effort, but even he isn't fast enough. The virus, which he calls Red, has already taken control of the robots we built in here.
Doctor, wait! That genie is infected with the red virus.
Just hang on, I'm coming.
Unleashing something like Morn would be a civilization-ending event.
Rated mature.
Let me tell you one of the many stories of the land of Bramble. A tale of a woman both beautiful and deadly. The story begins in a peaceful village near a great forest where suddenly, strange happenings started to occur. People began to see a beautiful woman with long, dark hair lurking in the shadows during full moon nights. Men started to follow her into the forest. Some of them never returned, and those who did had lost their minds. Eventually, the villagers had enough. They took all the dark-haired women of a certain age and put them on trial for witchcraft. They started to execute them, hoping to find the right one. Yet men kept disappearing during full moon nights. The villagers grew more and more desperate and burnt down a large area of the forest in the hope of finding this strange, beautiful woman, but to no avail. The villagers had lost themselves. They killed their own mothers and daughters. They burnt down more of the forest that had served them with resources. Then one night, when the moon shone at its brightest, 5 brave men took matters into their own hands. They put on their coats and walked into the burnt forest to hunt for the woman with the dark hair. After a time, they saw a beautiful woman standing in a clearing. The men were instantly enchanted and followed her deep into the forest's heart. When they were close enough to touch her, she transformed into something monstrous. She tore their chests open, hung them up in the trees, and drew strange powers from their still beating hearts. And no one would ever see them again. I hope that you enjoy this grim tale of Skogsrået. She is just one of the deadly beings you'll meet on your journey through the land of Bramble. Bramble, the Mountain King, is coming to PC and consoles in 2023. Make sure to add it to your wishlist today. Thank you for watching.
You don't look good, Igor. Alas, we've no medical supplies. No bandages. Nix. Zip. How did I get involved in this crazy love story? Chasing ghosts always ends badly. It's pointless, Igor. Look, Igor, we should get rid of Mikhail. This guy back home makes me nervous. Stupid! I don't trust him. What are you mumbling? Talking to yourself, ghosts, you say? Again? Scares the shit out of me. Hey, Igor, I think it's a corpse. I think I made some mistakes.
Killing me. Where the hell am I? I have to find my cricket generator. I'm sorry. Everything inside me is not going to happen.
He was mad, but in a good way. I will miss him.
Hi everyone!
shall not be afraid of the terror in the night. Mortis.
老公，你看，弄一弄还真有点家的样子了呢。这个床真的很大哎，那以后你睡左边，我睡右边，宝宝睡中间。平时你总是忙呀忙呀，我感觉都快记不得你的模样，我好想你。
今天是你35岁的生日，是不是自己的？
If you're watching this, you're probably at the mix. We don't have a lot of time. Shit, I gotta go. Simulacra 3 is a found footage digital horror game about people vanishing into the thin air. You gotta help me figure this out because whatever it is, it's not friendly. Oh crap!
By the way, it's available on PC now.
These disappearances are getting out of hand. The police reports show a linear growth at the start, but over the past few weeks it's growing exponentially. I've been digging through the files and I noticed these symbols. It's like an omen.
person you think I am.
As a fan of survival horror candy,
Yeah.
Evo Tinction is looking sick. No Return has those Japanese psychological horror film vibes. Such creepy games, my fave. Time for a game drop, everybody. Grab your phones and capture the QR code on the screen now for your chance to get a key. When you sign up for your free key, you are automatically entered into a raffle to win a Switch OLED, so make it happen. Also, be sure to check out the Mix Next event page on Steam, where you can learn more about the up-and-coming games on this show, play some of their demos, and wishlist the games you like, and get notified when they are available.
Over the years, The Mix has collaborated with publishers who are aligned in our efforts to support developers and the release of creative and innovative games. Graffiti Games is one of the teams we've worked with, and we're excited to check out some of their updates and reveals.
Let's get it.
Hey everyone, we're video game publisher Graffiti Games, and we're excited to present some of our upcoming games during the Mix Next. Let's jump into the action.
World's Worst Handyman had me cracking up. Which one of the games did you dig from that segment?
That was hilarious. We had Eldoran at the Black Voice in Gaming a few months back. I love that game. I loved it then, and I can't wait to get my hands on it when it is live. Turnip Boy is back in effect. He's not evading taxes this time, but robbing banks. Hilarity.
Yes, bless. Up next, we're going to bebop into a world premiere of a 3D puzzle platformer starring a gator on wheels. We'll check out a new racing title. Then our boy Adam Kareem will bring us an updated trailer for Proto Droid Delta.
Can't wait.
Hi guys, I'm Michael here. I'm showing Sailblazers, a multiplayer shopkeeping survival game. So I've already created a character to speed this up, but you can make a new one that looks like you. We'll just go with this, start a new lobby. So it's similar to Valheim and Grounded and Raft, where you can make it your own server with friends, you can build something together, have a save and load. But one of the cool things here is you can also bring your own inventory items. So I'm going to have my friend Jonathan join in. He helps me QA the game, and he'll have his own items and stuff from his own server. So right away you can see that you start out with a little bit to get you started with the shop. So this game is about shopkeeping. You'll want to hurry up though, because at night things come and attack you. So as with a lot of survival games, the first stage is gathering stuff. Try to make it more fun though. So if you see, each item has its own attack set. Like this is a torch. There's that. There's this. There's this bamboo thing. It's got a more involved, longer hit string. You can dash, cancel. You can jump attack.
Buy you a sword.
You can charge. There's the sword. You can do this, like much heavier, much slower. You can use this to gather if you really want. Fire damage. So we try to make it so that crafting itself is fun. So it's not like this boring grind fest. Can I have an axe, please? Oh, thanks. So even with the basic starter stuff like axes, you can choose between a cleave, charge, you can dash, cancel. I'll show you the cleave here. So try to make even crafting fun. This would be feeling like combat basically already. And you can throw things like that. Didn't do very much, and I think I broke it. Whoops. So past the crafting, because I feel like that's not very interesting, is the shopkeeping. So you can see a lot of items assorted here. They're all pretty useful. We have a pretty advanced AI simulation where they have their own needs. You can only see what's relevant. And as you can see, I don't have a very popular shop, so nobody wants to check it out. So you'll have to manually invite people. But as you get more popular, you don't have to do this as much. So I invited these people in. They navigate this dynamically. Do you have a hammer? Or I guess I can craft one.
should have an extra. Oh, never mind.
You can hear there's local voice chat too, so if you're not friends with them, they can still talk.
Hey, we're Bitloom, and we're making Tray Racers, an online multiplayer game about racing with your friends down randomly generated slopes in an adorable post-apocalyptic world. This is the camp, where you can hang out before starting a race. You can customize your style, pet Scrump the lizard dog, and play your instruments. Today, we're going to show you what the game is all about. Let's jump into a race.
Tray Racers is all about getting from the top of the dunes to the bottom as fast as possible. Since every slope you'll come across will be brand new to you and your friends, you'll need to learn fast to go fast. From the very first prototype, we had so much fun trying to find the best route through the random tracks to beat each other's times. In order to encourage that playful experimentation, we decided to split the race into two phases, the practice phase and the final race. We really wanted the gameplay to be easy to dive into, but still have plenty of room to improve and express your skill. As such, there's a bunch of ways racers can perfect their times by mastering leaning into the slopes, trying to pull off as many aerial tricks as possible, and taking a few risks for the all-important near-miss boosts.
After the practice, everyone's worms return them back to the start line for the final race, where players take everything they have learned to nail the last run and reach for the top of the podium. Will you be the fastest racer? That's a brief look at how Tray Racers works. To make it as easy as possible to get your friends together and play, the game will be releasing for free next year on PC and Switch. But if you can't wait to play, then check out the Discord, where you will be the first to know about future playtests. You can find all the places to follow the game at trayracers.com. Thanks for checking out the game with us today. Bye!
The ground cracked. The ocean roared, and Strandville was lost in the deep. Grandma says that this is our haven, that the lighthouse keeps us safe. But a part of me wants more. I keep picturing the world that used to be down there, right under my feet. What are you even?
What a great block of games. There are so many fast-paced and colorful titles. Shout out to Weathered Sweater and Assemble.
I'm a taco. Up next, we have a world premiere trailer from a title that was created in the Dreamcast era. And we'll move into a plethora of pixel-perfect games that take some nostalgic cues from games in the past and add their own cinematic neo-retro flair.
This ends atop the megacity, with the Sopkan's head in my hands.
My name is X.
Lieutenant, we're engaging a hostile flame unit! Please, just stop him! He cannot be allowed inside the heart!
Incoming hostile detected.
Die! Vermin.
You won't even be a footnote in my story. God's sake! Do not stop! Go on!
Suffer! You and your tainted slave.
No more games!
Come now, little devil.
Akatori is a Metroidvania set in a fantasy world with beautiful and vivid pixel art, intriguing storyline, and unique game mechanics. By exploring the deep connection between our heroine and her weapon, we want to understand how far we can go with that. The first step in this direction is staff jump. The heroine can throw her staff underneath herself or into a wall and bounce off it, reaching new heights. This mechanic brings pure exploration to the game's world. Huh, can I climb up there? Hell yeah! You can also use this in combat. Even without the staff in hand, we are still effective in combat with our enemies. This flexible system allows us to create many different situations, both in combat and in platforming. That's all for now. Thank you. Don't forget to follow the updates and add the game to your wish list on Steam.
I've seen you grow, not unlike I have. Your growth can be just as pervasive as this bountiful harvest if you follow me.
What are you doing here? Surely you just wandered into the wrong room.
My roots run deep, cracking the very foundation of the sanctuary you hide within.
You could not be dancing to its off-key tune, could you?
Don't you know, all change is progress.
Hi, my name is Rashid Hassani. I'm from Morocco and I'm a game designer and lead programmer at Little Night Games. We are a team of 7 people from different countries and we are currently working on our very first title, Mira and the Legend of the Jinns, a 2D pixel art Metroidvania in a world inspired by Moroccan culture and spiritual traditions. Moroccan culture is rich with legends and fantasy stories about jinns and mysterious creatures, so we were wondering if we could make a video game out of all these ancient tales. Like the stories of Bukhansha, the boogeyman of our childhood, a strange man with a big bag filled with candy that used to lure kids with candies to kidnap them and take them to witches so they can use them for rituals or eat them. Scary. So we tried to mix all these tales to create a fantasy world that we called Kingdom of Amazgash. In the game, you play as Yuba, who lives in a village called Jiziri, located in the heart of Amazgash, a treasure hunter and explorer who travels the lands in search of ancient relics. Yuba is also a Gnawi, a magician that can heal his surroundings from negative energy and drive out evil, with his music marked by low-toned, rhythmic melodies played on a skin-covered lute called Gembri. During a routine job, Yuba discovered an ancient necropolis, where he encounters Mira, a mysterious jinn who seemed to be amnesic. Yuba agrees to form a spiritual bond with her and help her regain her memories. Together, the pair will begin a journey to uncover the secrets of Mira's past. Of course, in their path, they will meet new friends and deadly enemies, while they track down ancient weapons and priceless artifacts, battle against mutated creatures and corrupted spirits, and learn the truth about Mira and Amazgash. We've been working on Mira for a little over a year now. The mechanics and overall gameplay are inspired by games we loved playing while growing up. We wanted to create a diverse combat system inspired by the games in the Metroidvania genre. It's all about allowing the player to choose between different ways to tackle each encounter. In Mira, you will be able to use different weapons, each one related to one of the 4 primal elements that represents the power and nature of jinns: solar, celestial, infernal, and lunar. The combat system emphasizes fluidity and experimentation, and is best represented in the ability of the player to switch between weapons and elemental modes on the go. Weapons can further be upgraded, and there is a ton of powerful combos and abilities that can be unlocked. 7 tools and various items will be available in the game. You can find new tools as you progress and use them to overcome obstacles while exploring, solving puzzles, and fighting. As in any Metroidvania, classic traversal abilities such as the dash and air dash and double jump can't be missing. Rest assured, you will unlock a wide range of abilities to help you progress as you play the game.
こんにちは。私は忍者話題の開発をしています。このゲームがどのようなものかを紹介します。忍者話題はスピードと独特な操作性を兼ね備えた 2D アクションローグライトです。ゲームパッド、マウス、どちらでも操作が可能です。どちらもほとんどボタンを1つしか使えません。マウスだとクリックした場所にジャンプ。ゲームパッドだとアナログスティックを倒してボタンを押すとその方向にジャンプをします。空中で敵に当たると自動で攻撃をします。またボタン長押しでより大きくジャンプし攻撃力がアップします。一瞬の判断が要求される致命的なトラップや敵の攻撃をかわしながら攻撃。さらにあなたの腕が試される悪夢のような巨大なボスも登場します。一歩間違えればスタート地点に逆戻りです。ゲームを始めるとエンドレスランモードがアンロックされます。例えば無限に登り続けないといけないものや迫ってくるトラップから逃げないといけないものなどがあり、立ち止まらず進み続ける必要があります。武器は素手、刀、手裏剣、そして火炎放射器まであります。様々な特徴や能力を持つキャラクターが使用できます。村にある鍛冶屋や裏医者を訪ねれば武器をアップグレードしたりステータスを強化することができます。ぜひ忍者話題の超スピードを体験してみてください。発売は来年の予定です。ありがとうございました。
殉教者として死んだ人たちは幸せなんです。
Welcome to the preview of Necromancer. My name is Andras and I'm the developer of this game. You can see me in the corner playing the game right now. This is a roguelike game where you play a necromancer who works in the dungeon club as a bouncer. You'll go around the club and get rid of unwanted guests, which just basically means you'll have to fight a lot. You'll encounter different enemies, unique game types in every room, and of course some awesome boss fights. You can see me fighting the first one here, the Scarecrow. It's the easiest of the 4 bosses, but it should still provide you with a good challenge and hopefully a lot of fun. After this you will move on to the second floor, and here is where the game will really start to challenge you. You'll encounter a different set of enemies on every floor, each more challenging than the last. Here you can see me in one of the more special room types, the Relic Hunt. You'll have to push your luck and try to get as far as possible to increase the quality of your relic reward. The game has over 200 relics, each with unique and interesting effects that are just ripe with combination possibilities. Add that with different abilities and outfits and you should get a lot of different things to try. I'm playing the first outfit, which is just a basic necromancer with the ability to spawn zombies. There are 2 more outfits, each with unique abilities, playstyles and upgrades, so if this one is not suited to you, you'll definitely have some great substitutions. Defeating each boss will also grant you their power gem, that you can then use to rain havoc amongst the trespassers. You can see me using the Scarecrow's rolling ability right here. All of these gems can then also be combined with one another to make them even stronger. It also depends on which gems you use as an active ability and which ones as the upgrade, so there's a lot to explore there too. Here you can see me fighting the second boss, the Shrine. As you might have expected, it's way harder than the first one, so I can assure you, you'll need more than one try to beat this one. But you're welcome to try and prove me wrong, of course. Each boss will challenge you in a different way and are going to be the ultimate skill check during your runs. No matter how strong your build is, this is where you'll be tested every time. Dodging is one of the main things in the game and you'll have to master it, especially during the boss fights. You'll of course have some great options to fight from afar, but I'm just gonna let you explore those on your own. So, finally, after the second boss, I'm just gonna leave you with a sneak peek into the 3rd floor where we keep the freezer. Always open apparently. See you in the club!
Ready, fight.
Oh, I didn't get a rocket up.
Oh. Yeah!
Blue wins. Ready, fight.
Oh,
nice.
Looks like you high-fived.
Woo! Oh, okay.
Ready, fight.
Perfect. Shit.
Oh no!
That's a little tricky.
Yes. Oh god.
Red wins.
Woo. Close.
Red wins game.
Alright. It's just a warm-up.
Hello, everybody! I'm standing in for Ivan from Small Bros Games, and I want to give you the first look at gameplay from my upcoming game called Biota Swarm. Every mission starts from the campaign map that is your main hub. The levels will be randomized at the beginning of each campaign. This will guarantee an always different experience at each run. The player will have to make their way through different maps to reach the final boss fight. In Biota Swarm, each mission will take place in a fixed screen filled with pixel art obstacles, items, and of course, enemies. The main goal is to survive and defeat enemy hordes called swarms. The swarms will gradually grow in numbers and become more dangerous both within the same level, but also during the campaigns. During the game, you'll be able to unlock different characters with their own skills and then expand your arsenal as you play. Shooting in Biota Swarm is automated, as we try to recreate the fast-paced bullet hell dynamic of games like Vampire Survivors, but in a side view and in a closed environment. Also, each weapon can be upgraded and stacked together with the others. To get new weapons, upgrades, and skills, you'll need to gather reward tokens by rescuing survivors hidden on the levels. Randomized campaigns, fast range of weapons, powerful skills to unlock, and huge swarms of enemies should make Biota Swarm fun and challenging to play. Thanks for watching, and be sure to wishlist Biota Swarm on Steam.
At PAX and EVO, I played a ton of Slave Zero X. Can't wait to get my hands on it. Feels like Marvel vs. Capcom. So sick. Also, I can't say enough good things about Astro Duel 2. You and I, Candy, are going to go in on that game when it comes out.
I can't wait. I can't wait. Moving forward, we are going up north to Antarctica through the shadows and in a spiritual forest in a segment filled with noteworthy games that will have you exploring space, time, and spirituality.
Yes.
Hey, I'm Kyle, and I'm the developer of Farewell North, a game about a woman and her dog on a journey to restore color to the world. The twist is, you actually play as the border collie in this duo, and from this perspective, your role is to help your human as she works through a personal story of loss. For the mix, I'd like to share a never-before-seen level with you all. Farewell North is set on a chain of Scottish islands, each of which presents a unique challenge. As we canoed to this island, we came across a whale caught in some fishing equipment, and we're looking to free it by cutting the tethers. Seeing as we're a dog, we're unable to do much about the rope.
I can't get it.
But our human tries, and you can see she's having a bit of a hard time cutting through with her pocket knife. These dark elements represent her fears, anxieties, and frustrations, and they're not visible to her, but we are able to help her overcome them. Seeing as we're set in Scotland, a thistle should do the trick. That's one down, one to go. The final rope is across a rather treacherous cliff, which she's quite understandably concerned with crossing. When an object shatters like this rock has, it's up to us to find a unique perspective to align the fragments and reform the object. The fragments show us the way, and we're off. Another of these dark elements blocks our path, but with our color source we're able to make short work of it. As you can see, we're now able to realign the fragments and clear the path for our human to cut the final rope. Farewell North is all about the relationship between these two characters and working together to complete this journey that she's on. Nature and wildlife play a big part in Farewell North, so many puzzles involve helping or even making use of wildlife to overcome obstacles. So I hope you've enjoyed the sneak peek of the latest level that I've been working on, and if you like what you see, consider wishlisting Farewell North on Steam to get notified when it releases. Thank you so much for watching, and I hope you enjoy the show.
Are you all right? Thank you all for coming, and thanks for your patience. Let's give Nina the goodbye she deserves.
Hello and welcome to the special gameplay video for our adventure game Nova Antarctica. This footage is from a very early build. At the end we'll give you a sneak peek at how development is progressing. So here is some gameplay from the early stages of the game. As you can see, Antarctica is a very beautiful land, but it's also very harsh. In such an environment, survival is a top priority, so you'll have to manage your resources and craft what you need. Here I'm collecting wood and minerals, and crafting some things for the journey ahead, including fuel for the backpack, which is basically your health. I've crafted a sturdy box from the wood I've collected, which I'm building conveniently at the bottom of this cliff so I can get up there, find some useful goodies and journey onwards. But not even all this preparation will make your adventure an easy one. In Antarctica, natural chaos is hiding behind every corner, like this blizzard which almost has me frozen solid. As well as struggling through the snow, running, jumping and scaling cliffs, you can also swim through the frozen waters. And here, I'm catching a fish for a certain little penguin I'm trying to befriend. Because what this adventure is really all about is animals. You'll find them on your journey, and if you so choose, you can help them solve their problems. They all have their own story. Our little baby penguin here has lost its parents and is now all alone. So we'll make friends and the penguin will join our adventure. You can also meet a wolf and a tiger and many other animals too. Having them with you will not only affect your story but also your gameplay, so it's also worth seeing what else you can do to help them. Now, I'd love to give you a sneaky look at the newest build of the game. It's still in development, but you'll already see that it has some visual upgrades and a new UI. We're exploring what looks like an abandoned village slowly getting buried by the snow. What happened here? Why is it abandoned? And what new animal are we about to meet? There are many mysteries and secrets to uncover. Prepare for your own journey in Nova Antarctica, launching next year.
Hi everyone, my name is Noah and I'm creating a little game called Shumi Come Home. Shumi Come Home is a casual exploration game where you play as Shumi, a 2-inch little mushroom who's lost in the forest and can't find its way back home. Shortly after getting lost, you'll come across your most important tools for your journey home. A giant leaf to glide through the skies, some rusty fish hooks to climb around with, and a powerful hex key to smash open these mysterious crystals lying around everywhere. These tools will help you get home quicker, but there's no rush. Shumi Come Home is a game you play at your own pace since there are no game overs or time limits. You can really take your time exploring different areas of the forest and you never know what you might come across. In order to get back home, you'll need to take on different adventures to get through whatever's blocking your path. Some of these might be simple, like collecting enough green crystals to make a trade, while others might involve some light puzzle solving or light platforming. As you freely explore the forest, you'll come across different mushrooms that can be found in real life. When you come in contact with one, you'll get an entry of that mushroom in your mycology journal, which is a unique feature that lets you learn a little bit about real-life mushrooms. It even lets you get a closer look at them, with an interactive viewer in each entry. You'll also come across different forest inhabitants throughout your journey back home. Some might give you hints on where to go, others might ask for your help, some are super chill, while others are kinda crazy. You never really know who you might meet or what they'll have to say, but more often than not, they are there to help you out in the end. I'm happy to announce Shumi Come Home will be released in spring 2023 on both Steam and the Nintendo Switch. So be sure to follow and wishlist Shumi Come Home if you want to help support its development.
I know you have thousands of questions, but you need to trust me. Listen. Don't do anything dangerous yet, okay?
The plane for millennia has been like a paradise, but that changed recently.
This darkness is a bad sign.
Be careful out there, and please come back in one piece, okay?
I told you not to go alone. It's too dangerous for you. Hang on, Lux! I'm coming!
I do understand why Asim was mad. Now that we finally have a new Lux, he is worried to lose you.
Hi, my name is Ewout, and welcome to this developer commentary. I'm here to talk about my game, Schim. In the game, you play as a Schim, a creature that can only move in shadows. You got separated from your person, and throughout the game you have to find your way back. We have been working on this game for quite a while now, and it's pretty much feature complete. We are now busy designing more levels and other content for the game. The latest feature I want to show you is the color picker. Every level in Schim only uses 4 solid colors. These colors can be reflected time of day, events in the story, and the mood of the level. During the game, you can pause and change this color palette. This doubles as an accessibility option for the colorblind, and also just as a fun feature to play around with and create your own color palette. The game is still in development, but you can already create your own color palette at schim.art. And that's about it. Thank you for your time.
I just love seeing dynamic stories from games from all over the world. Cuckoo is looking really... Justin, where are all these costumes coming from? You told me to bring 2 costumes, and now you've had, what, 4? It's ridiculous. Anyway, it's always a pleasure working with game studios from all over the world. Gives us different perspectives on culture and development in general. Be sure to check out the Mix Next event page. Save the games you love on the wish list to grab them later, or play the demos that are available now. Now for the last luscious block of games, we're going to swing swords and kick soccer balls in various realms of fantasy with traditional and new twists in the role-playing genre.
Yes.
From the infinite expanse of ink, stories come to life. But when the ink begins to fade, the inkbound must rise and rewrite the world. Hi, I'm Mark Cook, CEO of Shiny Shoe, the creators of Monster Train, and today I'm excited to show off our latest game, Inkbound. Inkbound is an online co-op roguelike set in a world where anything written in ink becomes real. Upon entering the game, players arrive in the Athenaeum, a massive library that holds all stories ever written. The Athenaeum is a central hub area where you can meet friends and strangers. Today, I'll party up with our community manager, Camille. It's also a place to talk to characters called Binders, complete quests for them, and learn more about this world. A world that is disappearing. The stories of the Athenaeum are fading away, and it's up to you to rescue them. They are threatened by villains that have broken free from their books. To find and face these villains, you'll go on roguelike runs, jumping between books and choosing where to go next. Let's jump into combat, and I'll show how our unique active battle system works. Combat in Inkbound is tactical and turn-based, but it's unlike anything you've seen before. I'll start by using a binding called Smash. Most bindings require aiming like MOBA skill shots. Your actions are limited per turn by a resource called Will. Will is used both to move and to use bindings. Once all players end their turn, the enemy turn begins. Though the game is technically turn-based, we've focused on making it play fast. Actions can be chained quickly. Now that you've seen how combat works, let's take a look at another type of decision you'll make on a run. Between battles, you'll earn various types of upgrades that enhance your power. One type is a binding augment. You'll need to choose wisely to try to gather a set of upgrades that create powerful synergy to have a chance at defeating the run's villain. On a run, you'll visit 3 books randomized from the Athenium's library, and if you survive to the end, you'll meet one of the powerful villains. If you've chosen your upgrades well, you might just stand a chance. Thanks for checking out Inkbound. If you liked what you saw, you can sign up for the upcoming beta at inkboundgame.com, and please wishlist us on Steam.
Hi everyone, this is Metal Anomalies development team ROS. Today we're going to show you this new game. The JRPG Metal Anomalies is about a journey in the fictional city of Meadow. You can find different cultural elements from various eras in Meadow, a near-future city where the past and the future coexist with a strong oriental vibe. In the hidden part of the city, a bizarre and dangerous kind of place, layers, are also brought into existence. The game has 2 protagonists that you can play as in different areas. In Meadow, you will take on the role of Do, a private detective. When playing as Do, like in many other RPGs, you can interact with NPCs in the city to obtain information and discover various side quests. Naturally, not all NPCs are friendly. At this point, Do can engage them in mental combat using his unique ability, Mind Hack. Mind Hack is a standalone card game. Do can use more types of cards as the game progresses, while the enemies get tougher. Meanwhile in Layers, players will command a combat team led by the Exorcist Graham as they fight creatures known as the Banetide. Layers are multi-layered dungeons. In order to progress, players must defeat the Banetide and solve various puzzles on the way. As you progress further into the layer, the Banetide will get stronger. But there are numerous ways for players to make their team stronger. There are more battle strategies worth using besides upgrading your team, exploring the lair for better weapons, and arranging your lineup based on monster weaknesses. Players might, for instance, increase their battle power by altering the gear matrix. The gear matrix is a 3x3 array. When the gears of the same series are equipped on the matrix, and a specified number of gears are connected together, you can activate the set effects. Similarly, character talents will also improve combat abilities. Each combat character has 2 sets, the yin and yang. Talent points are granted when characters level up. Some of the talents will improve a character's own combat skills, while others will assist the team. When the talent points reach a specific threshold, the character's unique ultimate skill will be unlocked. The secret of winning the battle is to find the right build of talents, lineup, and weapons. Metal Anomalies will be released in 2023, and we are looking forward to it.
If one strike is not enough, then I'll give you 2. The art of war.
Someone in need of an ass kicking? A gift for you! Damn!
It is said that, in times of hardship, great heroes are born. But darkness offers a much easier path. Dread Knights are veterans of countless military campaigns. They sow fear and chaos on the battlefield. Under the leadership of the ruthless Lord Baron. But the more King Asaline relied on the Dread Knights, the more powerful Baron became. With their differences growing, the head of the Order eventually betrayed his king and took his place among the Lords of Ravage.
Hi, I'm Lucas Demo, producer of Dungeon Drafters, a dungeon crawler card game where you play as a young adventurer eager to explore ancient ruins and collect new cards. And as you can see, I just found myself in a combat room. Well, hopefully I'll be able to finish this encounter, judging by the cards that I have in hand. First, I can see that I have Echo Slam. This card deals increasingly more damage in area based on the number of enemies hit, and it is quite a useful card. This already makes me think about Fishing Hook, another card that I have in hand. It deals damage to the first enemy hit, but more importantly, it pulls the enemy closer to me. Now I'm able to combo off Echo Slam and do a huge amount of damage, finishing most of the enemies in the battle. After spending my 3 action points, it is time for enemies to play, or actually the enemy since there's only one left. This guy is a simple bruiser, but is smart enough to heal himself after almost getting killed. Here I decided just to walk and melee attack. The goblin will hit me for a few health points, but this alone does not represent a real threat anymore. Once the battle has ended, I can now freely explore the dungeon back again, and of course collect my rewards. Dungeons, they contain a lot of different elements. At the end of each floor, you can heal yourself back to full life and reshuffle your cards. But you also must choose between diving even further into the dungeon and risking all of your cards, or safely returning to the adventurer's town. This is where another whole section of the game takes part. Here is where you can buy cards, you can open boosters, you can talk to NPCs, explore the town, complete quests, edit your deck, and inspect and explore your card collection. Deck building is super important in Dungeon Drafters. The game offers you an infinite number of creative tools to shape your deck. Some of you might enjoy crafting the weirdest of combos, and some others will love to min-max and find the most efficient deck. And that's just to start with. You can play with 6 different characters, each with their unique playstyle. You may venture in one of the 6 dungeons at any moment, fight epic boss battles, or simply enjoy the fishing minigame. And that's all. Thank you very much for watching.
Hi everyone, my name's Pip from No More Robots, and I'd like to introduce you to one of our upcoming games, Soccer Story. So, a year ago there was a great calamity where football was banned across the world. And, as a die-hard fan, it's up to you to become the saviour of soccer and restore the beautiful game to its rightful place at the top of the league. Throughout the world, you'll encounter a myriad of sports, challenges and characters that you'll need to play with and against in order to remind them how great football really is. Maybe you've met some of them already in our demo, but here's a little look at some of the wackier sports you can expect to see. In that little montage, you'll have seen a range of differently themed areas in our world, from dojos and their ninjas to some very familiar beach sports. Each area you unlock will have a whole host of themed activities for you to take part in, as well as some more familiar challenges as you get used to the world. In each area you'll find a soccer team just waiting to be reminded why they should rejoin the league and why they should play you. They're not quite your conventional opponents though. But of course, it wouldn't be a soccer game without soccer matches. So let's show you a little bit of what you can expect when you decide to kick a ball around later this year. Thanks for watching. We hope you'll come back for a kickabout with us soon.
So good. Cosplay Club and Soccer Story. I cannot wait. That is the end of the Mix Next 2022 showcase. So excited about all of the games we featured.
We want to thank our sponsors once again, as well as our broadcasting partners for their support to bring this event to life. Be sure to check out the Mix Next event page on Steam and wish list the games that you've seen today. We have a final key drop right now. Boom.
Boom. Check out the QR code. Grab your free keys. Yes. And also keep things locked here, because up next we're going deeper into the culture of games and development with our Publisher Spotlight Showcase, where our indie publishing partners will take it away with their own mini showcases.
And after the Publisher Spotlights, we'll be handing it off to Destiny and Red Infamy, who will be taking it away for the Black Voices in Gaming Showcase.
We want to thank everybody, the Mix team, Abe, Travis, Joel, Matt, Mary, Victoria, Timmy, James, Fully Illustrated, and all of the developers who participated. Wilmer Sound for hosting us. Thank you all for watching and tuning in, and thank you, Candy.
Thank you, Justin, for having me. This has been so much fun.
Of course, and again, my name is Justin Woodward, co-founder of The Mix. You can find us on all the socials, Twitter, @Indie Exchange, everywhere else, @Media Indie Exchange. We are going to see you real soon. I'm going to change. Peace. What is happening, everybody? Welcome back to the Mix Next 2022, the least pretentious showcase you'll see this fall. I am your host, Justin Woodward, co-founder of The Mix.
And hey guys, I am Candace McKinney. Welcome to the Mix Publisher Spotlights, where we partnered with some of the most amazing indie publishers in the business to bring you trailers and sneak peeks of what they are releasing next. In this first Publisher Spotlight, we are showcasing the talent and art from our friends at Akupara, Assemble, Raw Fury, and tinyBuild.
For those of you who want to peek behind the curtain of game development, production, and the business of the industry, making games is really tough. You have to marry art, design, music, sound design, and mechanics, all while making the premise of your game fun. And that is only the beginning. If you want to create a sustainable business, you need a team that will work with first party, market your game, spark up community, and sell your product. For creative developers who are focused on the artistry and craftsmanship of making games, they need assistance to help get their art into the world. That is where publishers come in. Great publishers will partner with the developer, focus on their art, and provide a positive, complementary partnership where they can not only help with production, but also market and distribute their games into a successful atmosphere.
That's right, Justin. The publishers we're showcasing today have integrity, passion, and a love for development. They also have a knack for understanding their developer's vision in order to capture an audience and give the game the best shot. Please check out the Mix Next Steam event page for demos and games you can wishlist from the Publisher Spotlights.
Yes, for sure. Let's get started with a spotlight on Akupara Games, a team hailing from Los Angeles, California, who worked with the Mix early on, starting with Metronomicon and are rocking out on their 6-year anniversary. Happy birthday, guys. They're releasing dope games year after year, and they have a lot of awesome updates to share. So let's get started.
Let's go.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Buddy Salah. I am the marketing lead for Akupara Games, and today I have the distinct honor of celebrating Akupara's 6th anniversary with each of you at the Mix Next 2022. I didn't realize that would rhyme when I wrote it in the script. I promise that we have a ton of really great announcements, so let's get right into it. Up first, I want to talk about some upcoming content for some of your favorite Akupara games. You know, when we announced Grime for the Nintendo Switch, a ton of Xbox and PlayStation fans got in our mentions and were like, please, please bring it to our consoles too. So, hey, it's coming to your consoles as well. Next video. Players have been asking to actually sit down and play the card game Warlock since Cardboard Kings released, so I'm honestly just really glad that we get to show it off to each and every one of you in 2022. All right, next video. The Dark Side Detective is one of my favorite games to have worked on, and I can't wait for you guys to check out the final bonus case. Now, I need to pass things off to myself because I'm narrating the next video. Buddy, why don't you take us away? Oh, why, thank you. Hello, everyone. It's me, Buddy, whom you just saw a second ago, the very cool, not lamed game developer in front of the green screen. Now, you just saw a sweet trailer, but we wanted to deliver some meat and potatoes for some of our titles too. Let's dive deep into some gameplay, shall we? I'd like to introduce you to Solarius, the second of 6 playable characters in Astrea 6-sided Oracles. In this dice deck building roguelike, you'll chart a path through the ruins of a lost civilization, growing more and more powerful as you win battles and make allies on your quest to purify a star goddess. Now, Solarius is, well, you know, he's a beefcake. He's a himbo. Look at those muscles. Look at those guns. His whole deal is about pumping up. Grr, he's gonna smash the competition, right? He's a berserker. He's a barbarian. And just like all the other oracles, Solarius has a unique set of dice that he can add to his dice pool, and a unique set of virtues that activate when he takes corruption damage. So you can see that his final virtue, the one that activates when he's almost fully corrupted, deals a whopping 8 purification to an enemy over 2 hits. That kind of thing is insanely good in Astrea, but it only activates when you're on the brink of corruption. And that's a big part of Solarius's Berserker theme. No pain, no gain. Vendetta, for instance, is a buff that increases the amount of corruption Solarius takes, but it also gives him 1 in power each time he takes that corruption damage, which increases the amount of purification he deals. So basically, he takes more corruption and deals more purification, right? Like the epitome of pain and gain. Well, if he's going to ascend to the final stages of the game and face down the most powerful bosses, Solarius is going to have to take damage in order to deal damage. But that's not to say he's just going to sit around and take all that corruption lying down. In fact, Solarius has a number of powerful defensive tools to keep himself from getting decayed. For instance, the Indigo Soul buff, which prevents the next time Solarius will lose a heart and heals him to full instead. Invigorating Punch and Anchor Push, on the other hand, will heal Solarius during the beatdown process, which mitigates some of that risk in his risk-reward playstyle. Solarius isn't just a meathead though, because he's got some tricks up his sleeve too. Take a look at this die, for instance, which applies a debuff called Wave to an enemy. Wave is like a bomb, exploding the moment one of your foes is fully purified, and you can stack it higher and higher and higher, and then when it triggers, boom. The wave explodes and purifies all targets on the field for the amount of wave it had. Much of the time, this is going to cause massive damage to your opponent and massive healing for you and your sentinels. Okay, but the really special thing about Wave is its interactions with other dice. Refreshing Headbutt, for instance, purifies an enemy for a small amount, but will also refresh all of your virtues if you have enough Wave on the target, which, you know, is just incredibly powerful. Maelstrom Impact deals scaling damage based on the amount of Wave a target has, and Wave Crasher just says, if an enemy has any Wave, activate it. Getting one of those glorious chain reaction waves is a huge highlight of Estrella, and I'm sure I'll be seeing, you know, plenty of clips to that effect on Twitch when the game releases. Anyway, that's about all the time I have for Solarius in today's Oracle Spotlight. If you'd like to learn more about Estrella and Solarius' workout regimen, please feel free to wishlist us on Steam. Otherwise, I think I'll kick things back to... If you want to play some more Solarius yourself, the demo will go live after the showcase. But for now, let's take a look at something completely new. Sorry We're Closed is the newest Akupara game, but we're going to be talking about that one a little bit more in the future. For now, I want to leave you with one simple question. What fate a slug cat?
A new world awaits. As the downpour arrives, a rebirth blossoms and thrives. New creatures, both predator and prey. Each one bearing new gifts and exploring unfamiliar lands. To survive alone is foolish. A pack has its place at the top of the food chain. Yet fresh challenges will make the expedition insurmountable. This ruined landscape, these fearless monstrosities, and undiscovered mysteries provide the Slugcat new journeys, new commands, new hope. What fate a Slugcat?
That wraps up the Akupara Games Mix Publisher Showcase. Thank you so much to everyone at the Mix for the opportunity. And for anyone looking for any of the videos that we debuted today, they are viewable now on the Akupara Games YouTube channel. Thank you so much for celebrating 6 years with us, and I hope you guys have a wonderful day.
So many great games. Thanks, Akupara, for joining us on this journey. Here's for another 6 years. We are with you the whole way.
Yep. Up next, we are handing it off to Assemble Entertainment, a German developer and publishing team focused on bringing their developer partners' games to the world.
Let's go.
Hi everyone, we are Assemble Entertainment and we welcome you to our Publisher Spotlight. In today's showcase, we would love to tell you what our indie developers have to say about their games. So let's watch game announcements, content updates, behind the scenes footage and much more.
Fall of Porcupine is a narrative modern 2D adventure with a heartfelt story and a cute and unique art style.
So we got a combination of some platform gameplay, but with some mini games. But the main focus is our dialogue system. So you can choose which characters you follow or you build in a relationship.
You play a young doctor who started to work in a hospital to realize that the struggle in the healthcare system is pretty real.
So we interviewed over 20 persons who's working in the healthcare system. We extract real stories from these interviews and combine it with our main plot.
You can explore every corner of the city. You can see the skate park and the hospital. You can visit the old town and also a nice but small shopping street. We have mysterious woods and forests, and we have beautiful landscapes as well.
Maybe you can feel that we are a very small team and we talk a lot, so the art department with game design and the authors of the story. And I think you can feel it, that everything is very consistent and fits together. So the cuteness of the art style and the drama and the story, it's kind of a contrast, but it works together very well.
Our summer's gone by in a blink of an eye.
Hi, we are Jasmin and Julian, the two founders of Digitales Interactive. We make narrative adventure games and are very happy to present to you our second title, Between Horizons. Between Horizons is a sci-fi detective adventure set on a generation chip. The story specifically focuses on the middle generation, which was born on the ship and won't live to see the end of its 130-year-long mission. This is a metaphor for the younger generation having to live with the decisions made by the previous one, which is something we believe a lot of people can relate to.
Between Horizons is our second detective game after Lacuna. Like in Lacuna, you can always submit a wrong solution to a case and your performance will impact what happens down the line. However, this one has a semi-open world, which means that you can have a lot more agency while solving the cases and you're really forced to think for yourself. You can wishlist Between Horizons right now on Steam. You can follow us on Twitter for more updates at digitales_games or our publisher at Assemble Team. Thanks a lot for watching and have a nice event.
Hi, I'm Diego, co-founder of Gametopia, a small indie studio based in Spain and Colombia. Burn, the Shape of Fantasy, our first PC game, is a pixel art narrative experience that merges exploring, puzzle solving and interactive dialogues with the magic of one of the great sci-fi and adventure authors. You are Jules Verne. It's 1888 and you are trapped in an alternative world. Aboard the mighty Nautilus, you, Captain Nemo and his brave crew will battle a relentless enemy to obtain the flame of Hephaestus, the source of Atlantis' power and faithful destruction. As a kid, you probably had two things: pixelated graphic adventures and shelves filled with Verne's books. We love literature, and this is a tribute to his genius. He certainly changed the world with his imagination. Verne is scheduled to be released in 2023. Play your demo today and add the game to your wishlist on Steam now.
Hi, I'm Nick from Odyssey Studios. We're a small but passionate team of indie developers from Riga, Latvia. We're the creators of Movie House, a one-of-a-kind movie studio management experience. The idea of creating Movie House has been with me for a long time. As an avid film enjoyer and a fan of games such as Carsoft's Game Dev Story, I suppose the event that really kicked off the idea behind Movie House was a movie night with friends. After enjoying a low-budget horror movie, the thought occurred to me that there really wasn't a game like this out there right now, a game that would scratch the itch of creating my own low-budget horror flicks. The gameplay in Movie House is as simple as it is difficult. You have to create movies. They can be good or bad, as in real life. The critics can hate them, but your audience must love them. Start off by hiring a writer and director, then come up with the perfect storyline for your film. How about something romantic? Let's have it take place on a cruise ship. The hero will be a vampire, and the villain? A T-Rex. There's almost an infinite amount of combinations you can come up with. But be careful, not all combinations will be the next blockbuster. And now it's time to film the movie. This is where the budget and actors come in. And don't forget to help out your crew with any issues that might pop up. Once you have all dialogue down, it's time to distribute the movie, but not before creating a movie poster. Make your own or pick out a procedurally generated one that catches your eye. The game spans 4 decades with loads of unique filmmaking tools to research. You can scout for filming locations, create sequels and cinematic universes, and maybe even start your own streaming service. With Movie House, we want to take you on a filmmaking journey while also delivering a fun management and simulation experience. Movie House will be releasing this year. You can try out the demo on our Steam page, and you can also show your support by wishlisting the game. I can't wait to see all the amazing movies you will create in Movie House.
Hello Mix viewers, I'd like to welcome you to a sneak peek into the world of Bound by Blades. I am Zeth, the designer and main programmer of this little adventure. In the action RPG, Bound by Blades, the desolate land of Ashmere has become overwhelmed by bloodthirsty beasts. Scavenge materials, forge gear, and fortify yourself to confront the ferocious foes that lie ahead in order to rekindle the last hopes of life. Embark alone or with a friend in 2-player online co-op. We put a lot of passion into the development, so I hope you guys enjoy the game as much as we did when it releases very soon. You can check out the demo now on Steam and wishlist it for the upcoming release. Thanks for checking out Bound by Blades. Enjoy!
Welcome back! I really hope you liked our showcase. If you liked the game, please don't forget to wishlist it. Also, thanks for watching and see you soon!
Assemble has some great games coming out. It is so exciting to see the creativity pouring out of different areas of the world. What do we have coming up next, Justin?
Raw Fury has rocked with us for a long time, helping us with Black Voice in Gaming, collaborating on the Guerrilla Collective and Mix events, as well as Raw Mix parties. Their mantra, games are art, shows their enthusiasm for the indie spirit and an affinity for great games.
Well, let's check out what's in store in the near future from our friends at Raw Fury.
Elizabeth, and I am the producer of Kingdom 80s.
Hi, I'm Gordon Van Dyke. I am the director of Kingdom 80s. And today we're very, very stoked to show you the animated intro that was inspired by Saturday morning cartoons.
Should we say very, very stoked? Could we be more...
Well, stoked's kind of an 80s.
No, yeah, I mean it is.
Should...
Kingdom 80s has been a labor of love for many years. It's a milestone for the franchise, and we have a story to tell this time. We have secrets to unveil, but you're going to have to wait for it a little bit longer.
Just a little bit longer, and it'll be coming out next year.
But for now, please enjoy this animated intro.
Hi there, my name is Paul and I'm a producer here at Raw Fury, working with all-round creative genius Kenny Sun on Mr. Sun's Hatbox. The game is about a jerk called Mr. Moon who steals a parcel intended for Mr. Sun just before the driver could hand it over. As the player, you'll be expected to jump, slap, smash, shoot, explode, fart and manage your way to getting it back, whatever the cost. Mr. Sun's Hatbox is a stealthy slapstick roguelite platformer with an expansive weapon and item inventory, which, when deployed with in various combinations, typically leads to a chain reaction of explosive, violent and often deadly chaos. The personnel you recruit along the way are going to have to contend with their passive traits, good, bad and neutral, which dramatically and often hilariously impact a player's movement and ability to navigate the procedurally generated levels, all in pursuit of that elusive and mysterious Hatbox. Gameplay isn't limited to the many mission types, such as assassination, plunder, rescue and kidnap, but sometimes it's what takes place beneath Mr. Sun's Hatbox store in between that really matters. Base expansion, researching, brainwashing, black market trading, and a whole bunch of other shady activities are all considered kind of necessary evil to support your airtight delivery policy. Build your base, deploy on missions, recruit a small army by any means necessary, and manage your growth all the way to the doorstep of Mr. Moon himself. Mr. Sun's Hatbox is a stealth-based slapstick action roguelite platformer coming to PC in 2023. And what you saw here isn't everything, so throw us a follow on Twitter, wishlist on Steam, while you download the demo, which is available right now.
As a new employee of FlatEye, you are in charge of a one-stop gas station for all your auto and technology-based needs. At FlatEye, we aim to provide our customers with the ultimate in customer service and convenience. Due to the estimated popularity of your FlatEye location, please ensure that all your modules are well maintained to provide a pleasant guest experience. Your top-of-the-line register will do most of the heavy lifting, but you'll want to ensure you check them out quickly for a positive review score. The keystone to any FlatEye store is the ability to install new, exciting modules which will attract premium customers. But we'll cover those in a second. The R&D department at the iLife Corporation are hard at work making the newest and greatest technological advancements for the betterment of humanity. Remember when I mentioned premium customers? These are your most loyal guests. They will arrive based on your technology upgrades and bring with them stories from their lives. These experiences and insights into humanity will be key to our growth as a company. FlatEye. We're all family here.
Hi, I'm Spencer. I'm a developer on My Work Is Not Yet Done, whose trailer you're about to see. This trailer is a formal announcement of Raw Fury's affiliation with the project as the primary publisher. Only publisher. I hope you enjoy the trailer. Thank you for your time and patience. Have a nice day. Take care.
is so energetic about the indie teams they represent. It's really awesome to see.
Yes, indeed. If you're in Sweden, check out the House of Fury. It is great. Up next, we have the honor of showcasing tinyBuild, a publisher who has innovated game distribution, redefined genres, and how publishers collaborate with developers in meaningful ways. Every time I see a bright orange hat, I can't help to wonder, is that someone from tinyBuild?
Well, let's put on our orange gear and check out the tinyBuild showcase.
Hello everybody, and thank you so much for joining us today for the tinyBuild Showcase. My name's Christy and we are so incredibly excited to be bringing you a whole host of gaming news across our entire portfolio of games. Anything from Hello Neighbor 2 to Rhythm Sprout to Potion Craft and everything in between. We've also got some very exciting developer question and answers coming up, so please do sit back, relax and enjoy the show.
Truth be told, I didn't choose spiders. I chose... They chose me.
Maybe he already controls us? How we can check it? Google? If he already control whole internet? I think he will enslave us without any resist. He will just say, I control all of your computers, including what controls your rockets. That's all.
Finally, after many failed attempts, we managed to summon you. So now we at least have a chance. You are the chosen one. Only you can save this doomed world.
LOL! Gets me every time. In truth, you're just one more puny human about to perish in my dungeon tunnels.
I'm not sure about the most useful, but sometimes I could really use a potion of a really good sleep.
For example, I remember that neighbor who had been doing his flat renovation for half a year. Can you imagine?
20 years ago, when I had this neighbor who would never mow his front yard.
The gentleman who liked to play video games until about 4 in the morning at full volume, but I mean, he did have an amazing sound system.
No! She's just too powerful. She's going to kick my ass.
Aphis was once a great city, but now it lies in ruins. Dangerous beasts roam the streets, and most people have lost their minds and hunger for stardust. But I am the Northwind Legion warrior. I am not afraid.
Father, I will not yield!
Listening to music via streaming services is so inconvenient, right? Walking around with a Walkman and some cassettes is so much cooler. So yeah, I would make cassettes cool again.
Pineapple on pizza. Pizza on pineapple.
Well, there you have it, folks. That's the show. Thank you so much for joining us today, and we hope that you've had a wonderful time. Please don't forget to follow us on social media, whether the link is above, below, left, right, I'm not sure. But what I do know is, once you follow us on social media, you're never going to miss any of our news, announcements, or releases. And if you can't wait until then to get stuck right into the indie game in action, please feel free to check out Spider-Heck, Despot's Game, and Asterigos Curse of the Stars right now. I don't know what you're waiting for. We're going to see you next time. Bye-bye.
I love checking out what is coming out from tinyBuild. Such a rich release slate and very creative games. Well, that wraps up our Publisher Spotlight Showcase. We want to say thanks to all the publishers who participated: Akupara, Assemble, Raw Fury, and tinyBuild, and of course, all the devs who entrusted their babies, their games with these partners.
We also want to give a shout out to all of our broadcasting partners for supporting today's showcase and the developers on the stream. Thank you so much to Twitch, IGN, GameSpot, and Steam. And as a final reminder, games from today will also be a part of our Mix Next Steam page, so make sure you check that out and wishlist the games.
We want to also give a shout out to the Mix team for putting this all together: Timmy, Mary, Joel, Travis, Matt, Abe, James, Victoria, Wilmer Sound, Fully Illustrated, and of course Candy.
Thank you, Justin.
For sure. Make sure to follow us on Twitter at Indie Exchange and everywhere else at Media Indie Exchange. Up next, we are hopping into the Black Voice in Gaming Showcase, which is a nonprofit organization that brings visibility, acceleration, and access to opportunities to Black game developers while giving them a voice.
We are now passing the mic to Destiny and Red Infamy.
Again, I am Justin Woodward.
And I'm Candace McKinney. Take it away, guys, and we'll see you real soon.
coming hot off the mix. Thank you so much for that intro, Candy and Jay. Hello, everyone. It's so good to be back. I love hosting Black Voices in Gaming, and I'm always honored to be here. It's incredible to see where BVIG started and how its growth is positively affecting the game community and the industry. My name is Destiny, and you may know me as one of the hosts from Burnout Brighter, as well as bonus level over at Level 1 Gaming. But before I go any further, I'm going to pass the mic over to my homie, my amazing co-host, and let her introduce herself.
Thanks so much, Destiny. I'm excited. So happy to be back as well and to host with you. My name is Red Infamy, your master geektress, a veteran journalist that has covered things from gaming, esports, geek culture. I'm also the founder and creator of Geek Game Type Media, and also a really cool web series, Hidden Code, which actually shed light on Black, Hispanic, and Native game developers from all around the world, plus hosts on Afropunk's Culture Code. So I'm really excited today because it is going to be an honor to talk to these incredible developers that is a part of Black Voices and Gaming community that we're going to see actually from all around the world. So everyone, thank you so much for tuning in today to learn more about these incredible developers. And another note is follow us so you can keep up to date with what we're doing. And we have our Twitter page, which is BVI Gaming. Also check out our YouTube and Instagram, which is Black Voices and Gaming. So Destiny, let us know more about Black Voices and Gaming.
It is my pleasure. Black Voices in Gaming was created in June of 2020 during the protests and demonstrations that united us worldwide. It's a nonprofit organization that helps accelerate the growth of professional game developers. Our mission is to facilitate a place where game studio entrepreneurs can access funding, publishers, press, and mentors to help them succeed. Now, I know we have some sponsors that we want to thank. Red, go ahead and throw that in there.
And definitely, because without them, we wouldn't have this. So give a huge shout out to our partners for today's showcase, which includes Raw Fury. They actually help us get this started and assisted with funding throughout the series for the year. PlayStation, Intel Game Dev Boost, ID at Xbox, Razer, and Kickstarter. Plus, let's also give a shout out to our broadcasting partners, which is Twitch Gaming, Steam, IGN, and GameSpot. So last but not least, we also have a Steam event page. This is where you'll get to learn more about the developers after the show and during the show. Check out their games. There's some demos there. Buy them. And also you can wish list as well, so you can get updates on the games in case they're not out yet. And also make sure y'all want to donate to our Black Voices in Gaming on Tiltify. So you can search us if you want to support further. You can do so on there. So let's jump into our first guest, our first developer, Sucker for Love by Joseph, aka Akupara. Stay tuned for the trailer.
Oh my god, I love that trailer. I literally feel like I'm about to sit down and binge an entire anime. Red, what did you think?
Entire anime. I thought it was incredible. Like the theme song alone just sent me there, like nostalgic wise. So I can't wait for us to chat with the creator Joseph, aka Akabaka, the sucker for love.
What's
How are
up,
you doing?
Joseph?
Hey guys, so yeah, like they said, I'm Akupara. I'm Joseph Hunter. I'm the lead developer for Sucker for Love and Chromatos. I also do the programming and art, and I've been a game developer for about 4 or 5 years now.
Oh my gosh. When you say you do the art and the programming and you've only been doing it for about 4 or 5 years, I'm just blown away because your game looks, I know this sounds weird when people say it looks so professional, but like literally for somebody who just started not too long ago, it looks like something that would come out of like a AAA studio for a dating simulator. And I absolutely love it. One of my questions was, what made you decide to do a dating simulator as this game?
Right, so that's a really good question, and that's for the Sucker for Love was originally just a submission to DreadXP's DreadX collection, which is like a game jam. Only they chose who entered, and we were paid up front for it. And the theme for that game jam was love crafting, so it had to have love mechanics, crafting mechanics, and love crafting horror. I didn't have a whole lot of crafting experience. Like I could have spent the entire 10-day runtime just making the logic for a crafting system, and so I decided, well, making items and then using them is kind of like crafting. So what kinds of games have both items that you create and use and love mechanics? And dating sims do. And so the only missing piece of the puzzle at that point was Lovecraftian horror. And so to put it all together, it's a dating sim about Lovecraftian horrors.
Oh my gosh. Well, the game is incredible. It's doing insanely well. If you guys don't know, it's already up on Steam, so go get it. You just released a new DLC, and we're going to take a look at some of the gameplay. Red is going to handle that like she's the pro at this. So, Red, let's get started. And if we have any questions, we have Joseph here to help us out as we go through it.
Yes.
So, Joseph, can you tell us a little bit about the design, the art style? Because I know it's very influenced by anime, but tell us like why you picked the characters you picked, how like, I guess what I'm saying is like what really influenced you in the way that you picked your characters, like Lynetta and then like some of the other ones.
Yeah, so ultimately Sucker for Love was a love letter to 3 things. It was Lovecraftian horror, dating sims, and anime. And so all of the characters and design choices that show up usually are some sort of callback to one of those 3. Like the art style itself is very similar to Urusei Yatsura and Golden Boy to like 90s anime. And then the main character himself, personality-wise, is very similar to Kintaro from Golden Boy. So when it comes to design choices, usually something here is kind of directly influenced by something that I really loved watching in the 90s or so.
That's incredible. It's nice to see that you can take things that you really like felt inspired you and you've put them all into this game and they just work seamlessly. Like I've never seen a dating game like this before. And some of the things that I really noticed was how you have to set up the room and set up places in order to conduct some of these spells. So Red is going through that right now. She just pulled up the book. Can you talk a little bit about the gaming mechanics and how you go about like furthering your gameplay?
Yeah, so you touched on it, but all of the design choices, including the mechanics in the book, are all kind of here so that anime, Lovecraftian horror, and dating sims, which is 3 genres kind of known for being kind of difficult to get into, being a little bit obtuse, trying to make this as fun and accessible a romp through all 3 of those at once. And so this ritual system ideally is, in the words of Toby Fox, designed to be a game that your older sister could play. Like it's and that's kind of the angle I took with every element, being the depths of Lovecraftian horror, where the anime references is that your older sister would essentially be able to walk away and be like, oh, I understand what Cthulhu is and sort of the basics of cosmic horror now. So basically accessibility was the big target. And fun fact that did work, especially for the original demo, we had like the achievement statistics on each of the games, and 80% of people that bought the DreadX Collection 2 completed Sucker for Love, compared to the 40% average.
Oh, wow. That's incredible. And I think accessibility is really, really important when you're playing a game. What I just wanted to point out, one of the things I absolutely love, like one of the mechanics I love, is when you use the mouth to read out the spells. I just thought that was like incredible, because I don't know why, but every time you get to that part, I'm like, what's it going to sound like this time? So one of my questions, which I know is probably weird, but like it's in a different kind of language. How did you come about with doing that? Like, you could have just done it without it saying anything, but like what made you decide to actually get those words out there? Because I really feel like I'm like casting a spell when I'm playing this game.
So I actually referenced known Rillian.
Oh, okay.
I reverse engineer lots of stuff. Like if you remember the King in Yellow play from the second chapter, that's not an actual play that really exists. I went back and looked up everything that's known about the play, and then kind of built it on my own using like trochaic octameter, things that make it sound like real art. Likewise with the spells and everything, or when she's teaching you Rillian, I looked up known phrases in Rillian and what they mean, and then kind of figured out in reverse, okay, so then this means that means that, and if I want to say this, then I use this word, and that word. And it makes it feel a little authentic when you're doing the spells and you're reading the that's my favorite
No,
scene.
that's wild. I literally thought the play was a real play. Like you did so. That's incredible. Okay, so jumping from that, let's talk a little bit about the voicing, because all of the main characters have voice actresses and they're incredible. They absolutely slay it. Please send like kudos to them from us. Tell us about that. How did you go about picking them and finding the right tone to fit those personalities?
Right, so I already knew the voice actress for Lynetta, who's Michaela Laws, because she'd been playing my other game, Chromatos, on stream for a while. It's like the only reason that I started getting like attention on Chromatos, because she was like kind of a big streamer, and this was my first game. So we kind of go back a ways, and so while I was working on this game for the jam, she had volunteered to lend her voice to it, since it was kind of a small, quick and dirty project. And when the reception was really good, we brought her back for the full game, and she, knocked the whole game out of the park too. Then for Esther, I had played this other game, River City Girls by Way Forward Games, and
I love
while
that
I was
game.
playing it, I kept getting distracted because all of the voices were so good, and I was like, I kept pausing so I could jot down, okay, this character's voice is really good for this. And when I was coming around for casting for Sucker for Love, the first date, I just kind of went through that short list of people and landed on Kaylee Mills, checked out the other stuff that she had done, brought her in for an audition, and she landed the role without me ever auditioning anybody else, because it was just a really good audition. I knew she was going to kill it. Yeah, and then the last one I had, for the last one, I had two people in mind, but neither of them were available or didn't get back to me. And so the thing that they had in common that I was really looking for was that they were women over 40 or 50. And so I just kind of put on my Twitter, hello, is there any VAs kind of in my mutuals that is over 40 or 50 years old? Because I really wanted for Auntie Nyanyan to feel like it's really a bigger, someone senior or superior to you talking down to you. And the best way to get that feeling is to have someone that is actually older than you deliver these lines. And Lonnie
that comes across.
Say, Lonnie Manella was like, how can I help you? And then her post got like 20, 30, 60 likes. And I was like, who is this? And then I look up her roles, and she's like Rouge the Bat, Ivy Valentine. She's in Blizzard games. She's in all sorts of games. Like, oh, she's everybody ever. And she also did the audition and killed it, and I didn't bother auditioning anybody else. And then she went ahead to deliver probably the most popular performance in Sucker for Love so far. Everyone's kind of gaga for Auntie Nyanya.
I love her. Like, she takes names and like puts you in your place like immediately, and it's incredible. The attention to detail that you've put into this game really shows how much of a passion project this is for you. Can you tell us a little bit about future projects, or possibly like things that you might add on? Because I feel like this is a game that could go on and on. Like I said, I could binge it like an anime. So please tell me there's more.
There is more, and it's coming up maybe this winter. It's going to be Sucker for Love, the second one, which is Date to Die For. And it's this one's about the Black Goat of the Woods. It features a new protagonist, a new love interest, new threats. And this one is actually going to be kind of interesting because normally when you see a Lovecraftian horror game, it's all about Cthulhu this, Outer Gods that, so on and so forth. When you actually look at Lovecraft's work, you see a good chunk of them are actually just about people or demi-humans, like Shadow over Innsmouth or Dunwich Horror. And so for the second game, the threats are mainly going to be enemy cultists and other human beings driven mad by the effects of these outer gods, as opposed to the outer gods themselves, in an attempt to kind of do Lovecraft's writings justice.
That's incredible. I really want to learn more about it, just because I've heard about it, but this game really made me want to like get into it and like learn like what you picked from it and how it like influenced your game. So like I can tell through the art style, but like I really want to get into the lore. So I'm really excited to see the next game that you drop, or the next DLC that you drop for it. I'm going to throw it to Red. Red, do you have any questions? Because you've been doing a great job playing the game, and I know I've been taking up so much time.
That's good. That's all right. Yeah. So basically, like, just me experience. This is my first like dating game, period. Like, so I just love how, of course, the art style is giving me Inuyasha, Sailor Moon-ish. Like, I love that nostalgic 90s vibe, early 90s. But like, he's not scared at all. Like, the character's not scared at all. That this Cthulhu, first of all, she had looked like a straight up demon out of nowhere, just come up. He's okay with summoning things, and he wants to kiss this scary thing that's in his room. Was there any like what themes involve? Of course, the theme is Lovecraft, but what's something that you wanted to kind of bind in together? Because it is a cute, lovable looking game, but there's some sinister like darkness to it as well.
Yeah, so there's a lot there. One thing that was kind of really nice about the DreadX collections was that while it was only 10 days long, it was our benefit that it was only 10 days long, so we could do something kind of zany. Like, I could make a game where, I don't know, you have a girl with a squid on her face and you have to kiss her, or something crazy like that. And that came from personal taste, where kind of monster girls are getting really popular these days, but a lot of times they kind of wimp out on making them monsters. If they say, this is a Nekomata, like a cat monster girl, they'll take like a regular anime girl, and then put cat ears on her and call it a day. Or actually, with Lovecraft specifically, they have Hayori Nyako-chan, which is it's literally an anime about a bunch of girls that are Lovecraftian, like gods and monsters. But if you looked at their designs, you'd never be able to guess which one was which at all, because they don't resemble monsters. They just look like regular girls. And so one thing I really wanted to do, especially since there was like minimal risk with this game, was make a monster girl that looks like a monster girl. And ideally, when I had all of the characters laid out side by side, someone who knows nothing about Lovecraft would be able to match each character with a picture of the monster they're based on kind of easily. And then the other design choice that you had touched on, Red, was the main character is not like terrified of Lynetta, and he just wants to kiss. So that, while also like funny, was deliberate, because it's a mainstay of Lovecraftian horror for the main character to be obsessed with something to the point of insanity. So in his case, he's obsessed with getting a smooch, no matter how scary the situation or what's at stake. And so while really funny, it's also lore accurate.
Got it. That's great.
Like, the way you were able to make the monsters look lovable and cute and still keep like that whole vibe going was really, really good. Because I don't know how I would have made a squid face look adorable, and Lynetta is super adorable. Like, I have no problem with him kissing her, because I'm like, that makes sense. She's attractive.
Yeah.
You know.
That was actually really hard when I was doing the original designs, because I thought the angle to go about it was to make them like really sexy at first, but when you take something creepy and try to make it sexy, you just make something creepier, unfortunately. And so I had to
like
kind
the
of
nurses in Silent Hill.
I mean, but But Silent Hill's a good example. It'd be really easy to take like Pyramid Head and then make him like chibi and cutesy and like, I don't know, holding a pumpkin, and now it's like super cute, and, like really easily. And so I started trying to twist things to a really, like pinkish, very cute, very adorable, big eye sort of cutesy anime in order to make
I love it.
these Eldritch horrors attractive. Yeah.
You did a great job. It looks amazing. So the last question I wanted to ask you to just touch on really quickly is, I know you have a lot of like Japanese influence, anime influence, and they're really not known to put a lot of minorities in their games or movies. Do you plan on putting more minorities in future games?
The next protagonist of Sucker for Love is a black female. So yes.
Love it. Awesome. I can't wait for that to drop. Well, we are running out of time. So before we end this, Joseph, if people want to find you, find out more about you, find out more about the games that you're going to be producing, can you go ahead and plug your socials for us?
Right. So Sucker for Love First Date is out on Steam. If you wanted to try it before buying it, there is a Sucker for Love Prelude also on Steam, which is a free demo. For updates on what's coming down the pipe for Sucker for Love or Chromatos, I have my Twitter, which is @ChromatosDev. And on my Twitter, I've linked my Discord, where there's content, fan art, all sorts of stuff. So if you want to sort of keep up with what's coming, either check out my Discord or check out my Twitter.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for coming on, spending some time with us, and showing us about Sucker of Love. Yeah, that was amazing. Joseph, you're incredible. Cannot wait to see
you
more
so much.
video games.
Yeah, no, thank you guys. Thanks for the interview.
You're welcome. All right, that was amazing. I hope you guys go and play that game. Go wishlist it, even if you can't buy it. It really helps with the algorithm. It shows Steam that you guys like the game. But we have some more guests coming up, because this is just the beginning of the show. So we are going to watch the next trailer for Bats, Bloodsucker Anti-Terror Squad by Daryl Reed. Get ready to check it out.
Greetings, fools! It is I, Scorpion Supreme, leader of Steam. Today, I unveil my latest plan for global domination. Brace yourselves for Bats, the game. I have captured the entire Bats team and locked them up in my desert fortress. Do you think you can save and conquer a fame? Yeah, right. I'd like to see you try. There's deadly traps, ruthless enemies, and most importantly, me. What? That's not supposed to happen. Guards, execute the game developers immediately. Where was I? Oh yes. I command you to buy Bats the game, or I will have your feet removed and make you walk on stumps, and everyone will laugh at you. This is Scorpion Supreme, signing off. Here's Steve. Someone bring the assaulter.
Oh my God. Listen, I wish I had a bowl of cereal right now, because I feel like that I'm sitting in front of my old television and it's cartoon time. Like, definitely Saturday morning cartoon vibe all over that. Incredible. Love the whole meta thing where he's like, buy the game now, and if you don't, I'm gonna cut off your feet.
He broke the fourth wall too, saying execute the game developer.
Execute the game developers. That's great. Which is a great segue, because we have the game developer on in just a few seconds. I'm going to be introducing Daryl Reed. Daryl, thank you so much for coming on and being with us. I'm glad you're here.
Thank you.
Because I was afraid you might not make it, since he wanted to execute you. So good showing up. So Daryl, can you tell us a little bit about yourself? What got you into the gaming realm? What inspired you to make Bats specifically? Because it's incredible. I love it.
Wow, Bats specifically, this was actually a game for hire. So it was made, the idea was came up by a group called One-Eyed Robot. They had the idea of making a television show, which was based on an 80s cartoon, and they wanted to produce a game to go with the show, go with the television show. And the premise behind the game was to make it look like a Nintendo or Super Nintendo era game, sort of like, yeah, to sort of match up with the 80s theme, 80s 90s theme of the cartoon. So that's where the idea for this particular game came from. About myself, how I got into game development is through Flash games. Making Flash games for a number of years, as well as some HTML5 games, some mobile apps, and then transitioned into making console games now.
So have you always been a gamer yourself? Is this something that have you always wanted to develop games?
Yeah. I suppose I sort of grew up in a generation where everyone had a Sega Master System or a Nintendo, then later Super Nintendo, Mega Drive, PlayStation. So I was always sort of like had a sort of interest in I wish I could develop my own game sort of thing. And then later on, I just sort of accidentally stumbled across Flash, and from there, took it from there basically, because it was obviously a platform where you could easily sort of teach yourself how to program. I had an art background already, so I could create art assets at that time myself. So it was sort of like Flash was very well geared to like a single person developer, just creating your own games. And then obviously there was a whole industry built around it where you could sell licenses to these games and actually like make quite like a decent amount of money, to be fair. So yeah, but then obviously that sort of faded off, and then as that faded off, I transitioned into console games, making games for PC and console.
I think that's incredible because, like, when you said it's like sort of easy, you just teach yourself how to program. I can't do it. So kudos to you for being able to pull that off, because I don't think I could develop a game by myself. But let's go ahead and pull up this game because it's absolutely incredible. Like you said, they wanted to give it that 90s, 80s theme. And I swear to God, I definitely own that TV that's in the trailer. Like, I definitely have that TV, and I definitely watched cartoons on it and played my Super Nintendo on it and all of that stuff. So you nailed it. Like, Bats is definitely one of those games I feel like I could have like couch co-opted with my little brother, and it's incredible. One of the questions I wanted to ask is, I know you're working with a team to produce these games called Ritual Games. What's it like working with that team and working on all these different titles?
Well, Ritual Games really, it's myself and one other guy. He usually handles the art exclusively now, whereas I handle exclusively the programming. And then in terms of the game design and everything else, we work together as a team to sort of hash things out. And we've been working together for years now, so we're sort of we make a good team.
You're like
I think
family now.
we're sort of like we're sort of like we used to each other's flow and how we work. So yeah, nice. It's good.
And you guys are based out of the UK, right?
At the moment, I'm in Spain, but originally, we were we're based in. Well, he's based in London. We were originally based in London, so yeah, from the UK.
So being here in the US, and like I realize that, like, I've been talking with other content creators and things like that. How is it working in the UK? How is it working as like a Black game developer in the UK? Are they more open? Because here I feel like it takes a lot more work to be seen. How is it there? Like, do you feel like you get the support you need?
Well, to be honest, the whole time sort of I've been working, creating games, it's sort of been in isolation in terms of, as a solo developer or working in small teams of one or two people. Especially in the Flash industry, it was like you'd create the game and then you'd sell the license, and a lot of the people you're dealing with, you don't meet them. So, like, it's all sort of you're dealt with online. So in terms of the question of sort of like race or ethnicity, doesn't sort of really come into it in that sense, because like nobody knows who you are, right? Like or where you're from. It's sort of like it's I've sort of been, I suppose in some sense you'd sort of say it's isolated in the UK, or at least the way we was working. So we weren't sort of really until recently sort of in like sort of like meeting up with people in the game development scene or sort of had the opportunity to sort of like network is what I'm looking to say. Yeah. So sort of like we were sort of like a lot more isolated and just one or two man teams working together and that's it. And then like when we did deal with people, it was mainly like exclusively online.
Got it. So how does it feel being a part of the Black Voices in Game community? Because coming from someone who usually worked by themselves or just worked with another team member, now you're on the showcase, you're talking to other people are seeing your game. How does it feel to be a part of this?
To be honest, yeah, no, it's been great, especially like shout out to Justin. It's like it's a great help to get the insight and ideas of other people with experience, other experienced game developers, and just other people's ideas in general. Sort of like also as well opening up sort of access to like funding and other opportunities that you definitely wouldn't get if you just sort of like isolated and by yourself creating games. So it has been like a great experience.
I love that you bring that up because that is something that's so important, and what they're trying to do as a nonprofit is give game developers a way to succeed and create these games and give them opportunities that otherwise they probably wouldn't have had. So I love that you brought that up. But now that we have the game running, which is incredible, I love like a good, like, I'm not saying this is a button smasher, but that's probably how I would play it. It's just going through and like totally annihilating everything. Tell me a little bit more about the mechanics as you're playing the game. Well, as Red is playing the game, because she's the pro here. So
we wanted to sort of design it. Obviously, it was a throwback to old school Nintendo and Super Nintendo games. So on one hand, obviously, we wanted to keep everything sort of basic. We didn't want things to be too many buttons and too many different mechanics. But like at the same time, we wanted to keep things fast-paced, so like, as you see, it's like a relatively fast-paced game, like that sort of pushes the player to keep going forward and keep moving. We wanted to add like a comedy element to it as well, to sort of like, that's the whole vibe of the 80s show that it's supposed to be based on, sort of like crazy, cartoonish, outlandish enemies doing, like you see, they'll run into their own traps and get killed by their own traps and stuff like that.
a lot of slapstick humor. I love it.
Yeah, slapstick humor. Like we had a lot of inspiration from like Capcom arcade games. So like there's one, or the elevator action, I think it was called, where there was a lot of verticality. So we wanted to sort of like really incorporate that. Hotline Miami and Katana Zero as well were inspirations for this game, where obviously we wanted to keep things, like I was saying, fast-paced, one-hit kills, like lots of blood, and yeah.
I love it.
It reminds me of like Metal Slug 2, like, but with a beat 'em up situation with it. Metal Slug is one of my favorites.
Yeah.
This is the type of game that I could play and not worried about like having to memorize, like like when you're playing a lot of fighting games and you have to memorize certain things, because I'm the type of person if I find one move that can kick your butt, I will constantly use that.
You're the cheeser. Okay.
I am that person because I don't have any more room in my brain to be remembering a bunch of different like like combinations, but this looks so fun and I love it. It also gives me, and you didn't mention this game, but it also gives me a very Mega Man feel when I look at the game and the gameplay. Like, I definitely see Mega Man in it. And especially this guy that he's fighting at the end. Like, you guys did such a good job. And especially being a two-man team, this looks really, really good.
Oh, I gotta get up. So I love the back.
Yeah, no, like the bosses were definitely inspired by like Mega Man and Sonic the Hedgehog style enemies.
Yeah,
I see.
Oh my god. Well, Daryl, if people want to find out more about you, if they want to find out more about the game, where can they find you?
On Twitter at _ritual_games.
Awesome. And do you have a Discord or anything like that where people can talk to you, or just Twitter?
I've got a Discord. I I have no idea what they're using.
Not your personal Discord. I don't want any like crazy
Oh,
people
that,
messaging you.
no, no. There isn't. I know of a Discord for this game. No.
Okay.
I've got my personal
I didn't want you to
Discord,
put that out
yeah.
there. Yeah, you're like, I don't know if I want to do. I would not ask you to do that. Absolutely not.
But I
Red,
wish I would love. Yeah, I was gonna say I would love like a multiplayer aspect because the Bats crew is interesting. Like brother over here looked like Blade. Was it like inspiration from like vampire movies as well that y'all wanted to integrate in there?
Yeah, so I think like all the whole idea is like they're a anti-terror terrorist squad made of vampires, right? So you've got the main guy is supposed to be based on Count Dracula, then you've got like Blade, like Nosferatu, and then you've got the two other characters. I'm not entirely sure who they were based on, but that the whole idea is the group are a bunch of vampires.
Was it like the A team for vampires, the B team?
Basically, yeah. Basically,
yeah.
The 18 for vampires.
I love it.
I'm trying to beat him up. I'm trying to beat him
up. You can do it. You're so close. You can.
Is any like crazy boss fights in here? Oh, I did it!
Oh my god. You can tell when a game's really good and everybody gets quiet and they get closer to the screen, even if they're not playing it. You know what I mean? But Daryl, this was incredible. Thank you so much for coming on, spending some time with us, and oh my god, there's Blade.
I had to unlock him.
No, I'm so glad you did. I mean, this is Black Voices in Gaming, so let's get some color in there. So I love that we unlocked Blade. But thank you so much, Daryl, for coming on and talking to us and showing us your game. It's incredible. I'm still blown away that it's a 2-person team who's created this. And can you tell us, do you have anything else in the works?
Yeah, at the moment we're working on an unannounced title. I'll say, yeah.
Okay. All right, cool. Well, you ain't got to tell us.
We almost got you. We almost got you.
He almost dropped some information for us. But everybody, thank you so much. Daryl, thank you so much for coming on. Remember, go follow him on Twitter. Go get the game on Steam if you can't afford it. Like it, wishlist it. It always helps developers. Steam is always looking at that algorithm. Red, was there anything else you wanted to say before we move on?
Oh, thank you so much for creating an awesome game. I will be streaming this, especially since it is like a Spooktember theme going on. So I definitely am going to stream this. I love it and can't wait to see your future projects.
Thanks, Daryl.
Nice speaking with you guys.
See you later. All right,
Wow.
guys. That was Bats, and that was incredible. Like, it was so much fun. Red, you handled it.
You gotta play it. You gotta play it.
I'm gonna play it. I'm gonna play it. When you stream
They
it,
even
I'm
have
gonna
like a
stream
speed run. I'm gonna do a speed run. When I beat the game, I'm gonna try. I never did a speed run in my life, but I think this game will be it for content.
Girl, you got it. But we're not done yet. Did you guys think we were done? We're not, because we have a ton more to show. And I'm gonna throw it to Red because I think she's really excited about our next guest who's coming up.
Oh, indeed. So if you're a samurai person like I am, you love history, and you know about one of the first Black samurais, then you are going to be in for a treat as we have Yasuke, a lost descendant by the Will Gosara. So stay tuned and let's check it out.
AOT Beats, you killed this one, no cap.
Let's go. 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 Hallelujah. Yes, oh yes. Yes, oh yes. Leaving proper, the weapon shall prosper. I'm wearing my vest for the ones who wanna come for me. Over me in the streets. I'm screaming out, hallelujah. Living out life, hallelujah. Hallelujah. Hallelujah.
You really are determined to die, aren't you, Yasuke?
Only if it means
taking you down with me. I'm afraid that's not going to happen. I've been waiting for the very moment we'd meet again.
I was lost, but now I'm found. Once I was lost,
I'm just getting started.
Yasuke, 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 I win. Oh Yasuke, Yasuke, oh Yasuke.
Oh my god.
Hey, Yasuke, Yasuke,
Oh my
hey,
god.
Yasuke,
They
Yasuke.
started it with you killed it and he killed it. Like this is the most incredible. Oh my god. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm just so hyped. Can we run it again? No, I'm sorry. Let's just jump right into the interview. I'm gonna let
that was Oju.
do her thing.
Yes, we have the incredible Will Guasara of Dalians. Am I saying Dalians Studios right here with us? Thank you. Let us know more about you and your humble beginnings in game development.
Well, okay, so hi, I'm Will Guasara, and I guess how I started all of this was, it's funny because I wasn't actually supposed to like my original goal wasn't to be in game development. It was to be an actor, funnily enough. And then it was one day I came across a game, Dragon Ball Xenoverse, and I started modding the game. I was like, oh, what if I added this character in there? What if I added this character? And years went by with like, I think it was 5 years total I spent modding that game because there was Xenoverse 1 and then 2. I met some really cool people along the way, and it was around 2019 I was with one of my friends who I met during that journey and all that, and we were speaking to each other and we were like, what if we made a game? Like, what if we just stopped modding and made our own game? So the first game that we technically started creating was a JoJo fan game. It was made with like yeah, I literally got a poster over there. So yeah, we started off making like, it was like a pixel game. And I'm gonna say this right now, even though the visuals would change, I'm still planning to remake that game in the future. Anywho's, so yeah, it was gonna be a really good game, but it was like mad expansive, especially for a starter game for like 2 people. So we're like, okay, let's leave that off. We'll move off it. And then that's when, you know, that friend of mine, he went off to do his own things. So I was like, I want to continue on this whole journey. So next started up was a Demon Slayer fan game. This was Demon Slayer Kibutsuji's Curse. And this is when I guess the traction started showing up of like people seeing, you know, I'm trying to start up this game studio stuff and doing all that. So again, I had gotten the help from a couple friends I had met during the Xenoverse days, and then loads of other people I've met along the way, like from Twitter and ArtStation, and we started making this game, you know, started making the character models, animations, and then it got to the point, so development was pretty slow, I will say that much, because especially since none of us were being paid, it was more like a fan project, people had things they needed to do, that sort of thing. And then it was one fateful day when CyberConnect 2 dropped the trailer that they were making a Demon Slayer game. And that was like
I was just about to ask too. I was just about to ask, did you see the Demon Slayer game?
Here's the thing as well, right? Because this was when like I was also really starting to get serious. Like that's when I registered the company. I was speaking to like the license holders, asking like, you know, who are the people that hold licenses, is anyone making the games? So the ones I'd asked was Aniplex, of course, because they do the anime, and then Bandai Namco. And I specifically remember getting the email back from Bandai saying, no, we don't hold the rights. We don't do any of that. So I'm thinking, okay, there's no Demon Slayer game. We're chilling. We're gonna be on the board. And then yeah, it suddenly gets dropped.
And they were like,
Sega doing.
I think you were the one that actually made that project happen because you acquired
probably.
Who knows?
They're
Who
like, there's a
knows? But
market.
yeah,
So
for
now
this.
we know who was behind the creation of of it. So I have some questions for you. You are pretty much the youngest game developer I've ever had a chance to talk to and interview as well. And I believe in Black voices in gaming history. So how has that been as being one of the youngest? You seem very confident and passionate. You have a passion for anime. How has that been being a young developer and leading your own team as a young entrepreneur too, and being so young?
It's a 50-50, you know, because like it's amazing being able to start up like creating this story and stuff like that, and then especially with the team having these people believe in what this story is going to be and helping you along with creating it. Like, let's take with Yasuke and everything that we've made for it so far. None of us are being paid yet. We haven't gotten any sort of investment or nothing like that. So this is all like purely on the belief that everyone believes this will be a big project. So that's how we're continuing and why we're continuing. And then the other side of it is like, it is stressful. I will say that right now, it is stressful, because even like, let's say the days where, you know, being the director of all, you want to be on break, you technically can never be on break because other people will still be working. You still need to, you know, tell them how things need to be done, do all this, that. And then, yeah, I don't know. It's just, it's a 50-50 side of things. And I feel like, especially with the age side of it, like I've had thoughts before where it's like, oh, I wish I could be the sort of people that's like, you know, going out, doing parties all the time, that sort of thing. But I'm kind of more indoors doing this sort of game development. And as great as it would be to do that party stuff, it's on the same case that I know this is going to really help me for the future and like set it all out. And having that thought in mind all the time. Exactly, there's always time to party.
And when you have like some like developer game money, you could really party. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
So, like,
Your own party. Your own party. Invite who you want to invite. For sure. So okay, we was hyped off of the trailer alone. The visuals were crazy. I am one for, of course, learning more about our history and our history as an African diaspora all around the world. Like, we're in every spot of the world as Black people. Yasuke, you know, learning about Yasuke, and you are, of course, in touch with anime, so of course Japanese culture. How did you pick up learning about Yasuke and flipping it to Yasuke's against Nobunaga? Like, how did you want to do that flip? Because we've seen other iterations, and of course there was an anime on Yasuke, but you actually flipped it that, okay, he's your rival instead of Yasuke being the actual right-hand man to Nobunaga, which historically that's how it was. So can you talk us through that?
So essentially how it all first started was when Mappa dropped the Yasuke anime on Netflix. And that is when I first learned about the character, or like the real historical figure. And then I started doing my research, reading more into it, because I was like, I really like this. That was also roughly the same time I was dropping the Demon Slayer game, because then we were moving straight on to this. So first, the game was actually going to be a game straight up about that historical figure, like old times, all that sort of stuff. And we had developed it for like a month or two. This was, when I say like this was very early, like it was just me and my friend who did the character concept designs and stuff. So yeah, we were designing it and doing all that, preparing it. And then one day I was like, you know, as cool as this is, I'm all for like future neon, that sort of stuff. So what if we took it to the future? What if we just like changed it? And that's when the term a lost descendant comes in, because this is supposed to be the descendant of that Yasuke.
Got it.
And same with the Oda that you see, it's the descendant of Oda Nobunaga.
That's fire.
So, and obviously I can't spoil things that go on within the story that's planned, but there will be all sorts of things that derive why they're rivals. You probably saw the silhouette in the trailer of them knowing each other when they were kids, all that sort of stuff. It's a very in-depth story as to why they're against each other. And I feel like at the same time, it's like there's no right side technically to say, because that's one thing I do love is when stories let you interpret who you believe in and stuff. So in with our story, I can very much believe that some people will be on the side of Oda compared to the side of Yasuke. It all depends on people's perspectives and views, but we'll see how that turns out, of course.
I have
biased.
to see.
I'm
It's gonna be Yasuke all day, right?
Yeah, it's gonna be Yasuke all day, every day. That's my boo.
So-
that's my man. Yep.
She already. All right, you already have. Now you have to make merchandise because she already
Yes,
has
you
her
do
what
have to
the
make
husbando.
merchandise.
Yeah, she already got her husbando.
Posters and stuff, yeah.
A whole pillow. You have to make a whole pillow for her.
We got merch planned. I'll tell you that much. We do. Have
Oh,
some
okay,
stuff.
dope, exclusive. All right, so we got merch planned. I love how Afro beats is like merged with it, the whole hip hop, and I love also the message in one of the songs too, like the Hallelujah and another song as well. So let us know pretty much. I know your brother, he's a musical artist himself. And one of the cool things that I got to learn more about your family, which was cool, because I have that same camaraderie with my little brother. Like my little brother is so smart, but I inspired him too. But I always look forward to his knowledge and what he has to say about my own work. And I love how y'all have that together. He said, like, you're the one he goes to first. How was it being so young to actually have that at home? And then when you have to go work around people that's older than you, do you think you get that same respect, or are you prepared for it?
Well, yeah, I guess like having worked with, because I've always worked with older people or like been around older people, like even going back to when I was younger, like in my early teens, like 12, stuff like that. Just after school clubs and things, I would always usually be with the older kids compared to the younger ones. So that sort of stuff is why, that's derived. But in terms of like how it's all gone down with my brother and all that, essentially, like, yeah, we kind of have this inside thing that I'm his advisor when it comes to music and all that sort of stuff. Like I am the first person he comes to, he'll take my opinion and what I think of it, if something needs to be changed, that sort of thing. And so funnily enough, he did Afro beats every now and again, but he didn't prioritize it at first, right? And then I remember it was like maybe sometime last year or the year before, he was saying to me like, oh, I feel like Afro beats is what people really enjoy out of my music. And I was like, yeah, you should go and do it more, that sort of stuff. And then obviously came the creation of Yasuke, and we were like, what if we put that on the game and see how it goes?
That's fire. I've never seen a game with Afro beats except for like a sports game. But I'm talking about about a real game like this, whether it's sci-fi, fantasy, especially seeing us as Black people in these different type of genres of things that's fiction wise, to have Afro beats in it. Like I was doing my little dances here and there, hearing it. So your brother is a part of the soundtrack.
Yeah, so we have a music producer who makes the beats, and then my brother does the vocal stuff and obviously mixes it all together, that sort of thing. And yeah, that's how it goes around. It's like, it's funny how life works in the case that, so the song that played in the intro, Hallelujah, that wasn't originally a song made for Yasuke. That was just a song that he said, like, it came to him one day, he wants to make it, that sort of thing. And when I went to his house and he was like, oh, I got a new song to show you, let me play this. And then we're listening to the lyrics and we're like, how does this actually fit in with Yasuke? Because he's starting to talk about how, he's from the bottom, he's coming up to the top. Even some of the lyrics like, yeah, is the best, like things like that. It has that double meaning. So yeah, that's how we then just started creating more stuff and putting on more for the soundtrack. And even with Afrobeats, what our plan is, because our cast is actually like mad diverse. For example, Mia, the character who's speaking in the background, she is Latin American. And music-wise, we add like tangents and little pieces from different cultures into the Afrobeats. So her theme would have things that correlate to that, and so on and so forth. So yeah, things like that. Oda's theme has Japanese instruments playing in the background, but it still mixes in with the Afro beats, and we have loads more people. I'm talking, we have people like from Egypt, we have Europeans. It goes in.
I love that attention to detail.
I love it.
It's absolutely incredible. And I know you touched a bit about being an actor earlier, but like you're actually voicing the main character. So was that always something you wanted to do? You're like, I'm gonna put myself in my game, or was that something that like just came to you?
It just kind of like happened one day, because it was more specifically, so on our YouTube channels we have the first dev report and the first announcement trailer. So during the dev report that was transitioning to the new Yasuke model, so the whole time I was creating that new Yasuke model, I was like adding bits of myself into his character design. Things like the gold rings in his hair. That is because whenever I have my twists, I usually have gold rings in my hair. The eyebrow slit, all that sort of stuff. So I was like, what if I just like voice him as well? Because it may as well be.
It works.
Because even speaking, he's just like an 18-year-old black male. Obviously, I'm 19 now, but that sort of thing. So I just thought, yeah, may as well. And it worked.
I mean, like you wanted to act. Voice acting is like the next best thing, and it's your own creation.
Exactly.
So why not put yourself in it? One of the questions I wanted to ask you before we like wrap everything up, because this has been amazing, and I cannot wait to actually play this game. But how do you feel about being here on Black Voices in Gaming, like actually contributing to our culture? Because like that's something that's so important, and something that me and Red really, really love being a part of, is being here and being introduced to you and other developers. How do you feel that Black Voices is helping you reach your goals with your game?
Oh, it's amazing. It's actually such a good opportunity. Like, it's funny how it happened in the case that Justin messaging out to me, just being like, because we were showing him gameplay clips, obviously, for the side stuff, but then he was like, oh, what if you joined a part of our stuff? And what if like you join the mix in Black Voices in Gaming, and that's where you drop your trailer? And honestly, I'm so glad that he did, because being on this, like this opportunity, this is the reason we were able to push ourselves so far. And even with that trailer we showed, we're still not happy with it, because we didn't have enough time to flesh it out as much as we wanted to. There were so many scenes we had to cut, or we couldn't polish as much as we wanted to. And it's more
I don't know what else you wanted to add.
Yeah, I was like,
perfect.
that was fire. That was perfect.
Yeah,
Save
like-
it for the game. Save it for the game.
Save it for the game.
Yeah, that's what, like, people, I guess they'll see the little hints of what we can do. But when I tell you, like, when we have as much time as we need and having the resources we have, we are going to blow people's minds away, because the things we have planned and the visuals we want to pull off, because our team is like a lot of artists. So obviously we want to pull off that visual look. More specifically, you know, we have a lot of our references are things like Arcane, Into the Spider-Verse, things like that. And using those,
have you seen Intergalactic? Because if you've seen that, have you seen Intergalactic?
I haven't watched it yet, but I've seen
it out, because I could definitely see that vibe being in your game. But all right, look, I wanted to interrupt you a million times and pull a Kanye and be like, yeah, but it's the greatest show of all time. But listen, that literally, I just seeing that trailer, I am so hyped. Like, I don't think I've seen a trailer that's gotten me that excited, and that I felt like, yo, this is for us, by us, for us. This is incredible.
Yes.
You've done such an amazing job. If people wanted to find out more about this game, more about you and your goals and what you're going to be doing in the future, where can they find you?
Oh, well, as it was on the end of the trailer, you have our social media, Studio Dalliance, or my own Twitter, which is DallianceRNG. We have our YouTube channel, Dalliance Studios, and then there's also the Discord server, which is where you'll like talk to us a bit more close. We're usually there posting updates and just chilling around. We used to do like game nights and all that sort of stuff, but then obviously during the time we started to crack down on development, we couldn't do it as much, but we're going to start bringing it back, community things, all that sort of stuff. So yeah, that's pretty much where you can find us.
Awesome. I'm super excited. Can you like give me just a little sneak peek of like when do you think you might have like a demo for people to like play?
That is a very good question.
I know that's a hard question. I know that's a hard question. Throw out of here. I just want something to look forward to. Okay.
Let's say for a demo, either sometime at the end of this year or beginning of next year. Around that time frame. So
you heard it here first. Get ready for
Exclusive.
exclusive
That'll be the
content.
first
But
demo.
thank you so much for coming on. I cannot wait to check out the
No worries.
demo. Guys, make sure that you check out this game. Make sure you go follow them. Give them all the support you need. Well, not you need, all the support that they need. And yeah, that was, oh my God, that was so good. That was so good. But we're not done. And we have some amazing things coming up next that I'm excited about. It's time to give a special shout out to some of the developers who are part of Black Voices in Gaming and the community. So we're going to show a couple of trailers that you guys may have seen or may not have seen. You may see them for the first time, but they're absolutely incredible. So guys, sit back, watch, and enjoy.
Why don't we run away? Run away, oh. Why don't we run away? Run away, oh. Take my hand and let's fly away into the night sky. In my seat and now watch as we fly by. Locked in on the whip like a drive-by. Baby girl, you know we got the right vibe. Hey, I wanna disappear. I wanna know if you would follow me there. I wanna disappear. I wanna know if you would follow me there. Sometimes I wanna run away. I for take time on our way. I lick a place that we can hide. I lick a space to ease my mind.
Kind folks. A city where humankind and monster folks live in peace has been taken over by a cruel monster folk general and given birth to a new era of human oppression and violence. Can you and the Adventurers Guild defeat Darlock and the evil at the heart of the city?
You're in my way. Who's next? Who's next?
I remember how excited I felt the first time those trailers dropped and how extremely proud I was to see all of these developers who are part of Black Voices in Gaming. Like, we have some more coming up, but Red, go ahead and introduce us. Tell us what else we have going on.
Thanks, Destiny. Yes, we have another set of some awesome game developers with Black Voices in Gaming, so stay tuned for the next showcase.
Can you play something? For their friends and family.
Your distraction machine. Will it save our people or lead us to ruin?
Oh my God, I loved it. Can I just say the first thing I noticed is not only the diversity and skin tones and representation, but also body representation. And that is something
Yes.
that you really don't see that often. And I was just like, yes, let's bring the cuddly girl with the big hugs through. Yes. But
Yes.
let's get right into it. Danny D, welcome to Black Voices in Gaming. It is a pleasure to have you on.
Oh my gosh, it's a huge pleasure to be here. Thank you so much. It's a mad honor. It's amazing.
I know you guys are busy, so to have developers take a little bit of time to come on and just like chit chat with us is always like an honor. But let's hear a little bit about you, how you got started in the game realm. Like, girl, give us all the deets.
Oh Lord. Okay. I mean, for me, I've been playing games for a long time. I always gotta credit Mortal Kombat, and I always gotta preface to like, but I gotta preface like for the parents out there because I started that early. Like I was playing.
Me
that
too.
way
My mom got me into Mortal Kombat.
Yeah.
Right. Maybe not something to replicate, but it definitely was something that I just got up to, and I was so into it. I got really into like I guess just competitive fighting games in general, but I also just like I really liked the story. Like I really got into the whole story of like the best of the best fighting in a tournament to save Earth. So I got really into like the competitive aspect, but also I was very into the world that they built with Mortal Kombat. So I don't know, that's followed me.
I got an MK sister right here. Okay.
Yeah, no, I got really into the girls too. Like those were my girls, like the Katana,
Sonya,
and Lena. Oh yeah, I mean Sonya OG, right? But then they introduced like Katana and Lena. I got really into them, and I got into Jade as well. My brown-skinned princess. Like I was just very, very excited. I was so into it. So yeah, that just kind of that fed me into playing more and more. I got into both like story-based games, but also I got into more competitive games. And then I finally was just like, you gotta do it. You gotta try it. So that's how I ended up here.
Like I'm always
amazing.
so like, what's the word? I'm like inspired by people who play competitive games because I can't do it. Like I've said
I
earlier,
didn't say I was good though.
No, listen, I'm not good, so therefore I don't even want to play. At least you play. Like I can't.
I think I'm gonna force you to
get
play some competitive games.
Oh my God, please not like Overwatch. I don't want to play the game. Anyway, so but I'm just like terrible at competitive games. I get really mad and I'm just like, I'm done. But enough about me. This is not about me. This is about Danny D. Tell us more about the game Hi Hello Girls, because like just from the trailer, I'm really intrigued. Like I love the fact that it's an all-female cast. I'm just gonna say that again. I love the fact that it is an all-female cast because I don't know many games that do that. I don't know many games that like when they do have a female protagonist, she has to be sexy and like it's like, well, what about the homegirls out here? Because we're all out here, all shapes and sizes. So Red is gonna throw the game up. But yeah, can you tell us a little more about what inspired you to make this game?
Yeah. Honestly, just so being in those sorts of spaces and being around, like women, also femmes, like, just kind of non-binary people as well. Basically people who weren't men, and just kind of like acknowledging that we're definitely there. We are definitely there. I think there's just kind of a misperception of the kind of people who play those types of games. So it just was more about me wanting to reflect my own experiences. We may not be hyper visible because there's some challenges that come with that sort of hyper visibility. A lot of, like I'll talk to some girls, especially who are very, very capable. They're very high up on like the competitive ladder, so to speak. They're just not public about it because with that kind of visibility comes some really, unfortunately, unpleasant experiences sometimes. So yeah, it was more just like, look, there's this misperception of like who's playing these games. We're definitely there. And it was like I had this drive to at least try to put something out there that was reflective of my own experience.
I think that's important. I like that you kind of touched on the fact that like there are tons of people playing these games, but because the community can be so toxic, we're afraid to say that like, yeah, I'm a girl and I love playing competitive games, because like as soon as you say that, somebody's going to have something next. Some dude is going to have something negative to say. It's usually men who have something negative to
Yeah,
say.
that
You can't,
was
you're
my
into
first
competitive
experience
games.
online.
Yeah. It's not me trying to
Yeah.
like make a blanket statement, but that is like usually the thing that happens. So I think it's wonderful that you have taken your experiences and turned this into a game. What I also think is incredible is that like for someone like me who doesn't play competitive games, I can kind of get the story by playing games that I do like. Like I love visual novels. I love like falling in love and making relationships and stuff like that because my life is terrible. So I live through video games.
I'll say that.
Okay. But no, this is incredible, like the art style and everything. So can you tell me a little bit about how you decided to go with this particular art style and why you picked the characters that you picked? Because I see a lot of representation in the game.
Um, man, yeah, it's one of those things where so I love visual novels, so, as well. Like I've played Ultimate games, I've played like horror visual novels, and I think visual novels for a long time were pretty closely associated with mainly Japanese visual novels. But around like 2015 we had this kind of influx of Western indie developers kind of getting into the mix and supplying kind of non-anime forward art styles, and I was pretty inspired by that. And then of course, I feel like the big one that everyone is aware of that has an art style that's a bit different from like your typical Japanese Ultimate game or just Japanese visual novel is Dream Daddy.
Yes.
And so I feel like that's kind of a touchstone in the space for people who, if they think of a visual novel, they might think of either like Japanese visual novels, or they might think of something like Dream Daddy. And we were just kind of like, we want to capture the sort of like vibrancy of like a shonen anime with like like just kind of warm colors, bright colors, and expressiveness that comes through. Like the lead character's mom gets like a little vein throb whenever she's like big time mad at you talking to you, which I feel like is very influenced by my own love of anime. But we did want to sort of go for a more Western style, just to start adding a game to that kind of like visual lexicon, I think maybe. Yeah, so that wasn't a difficult decision to make in terms of heading in that direction, art direction style. But as far as the characters go, again, they just kind of they're very reflective of people that I know. Like I know the cosplayer, I know the streamer, I know like the person who's like low key, really, really good, but just like not visible about it in any capacity. I know the person who's like kind of toxic in their own right, like aggressive. You look at her and you're like, oh, she wants to fight. It was really about trying to like capture familiarity and the kind of people that I've been around for like the past decade of playing these kinds of games, and then also trying to solidify them in like the visual design, so you can kind of look at them and kind of know almost like, or get a sense of their personality by just kind of glancing at them and taking a look. At the same time, hoping for them to come through as just like very well-rounded characters as well. So, they might start with like, ooh, the like really aggressive rocker chick. I kind of know what her deal is, but as I'm hoping that as you play that you get like, a better sense of her being even more than that. There's more going on under the surface. So fingers crossed that comes. Yeah.
I didn't mean to cut you off. I was just gonna say, like, I love that you're putting growth in your characters and making sure that their personalities are dynamic, because I feel with these types of games, that's really what pulls you in and it makes you want to keep playing, right? And then you end up picking your favorite character because like you can relate to them. So I think that's important that you've put so many different personality types in your game. So even if you're playing as the main character, you can relate to like, oh, that's the kind of character I am. I love that character. She's my favorite out of the lineup. Another question that I wanted to like kind of touch on is, this is not your first foray into like gaming. Like you've actually worked for a AAA studio, correct?
I have not actually, but I
Okay.
have released just like my own little indie stuff prior. And in the past, I had like a little brief dalliance in games a while ago.
That must have
Yeah.
been what that was. All right. That's really dope though. So like you're not a newcomer to this. So it's great that like you started from Mortal Kombat to playing competitive games to actually creating your own game. Like this kind of seems like a love story to like your life and what you grew up with and what you really like about the gaming scene. And I think that's very, very special. And thank you for sharing that with us. Before we round up anything, I'm going to throw it to Red and let her ask you some questions about the gameplay.
Yeah, definitely. So, like, I come from an esports background too. And one of my loves, which I think is like the heart of esports, period, is the fighting game community. So when you said Mortal Kombat, I was like, yeah, have. And just like you mentioned, women, a lot of women are not visible or don't want to show up because they think they're not good enough because they see a whole bunch of guys, or even online. Like my first experience online was crazy. It was racial and sexist and all kind of stuff, but some people don't have the thick skin. I just troll back and make them leave the lobbies. But, you know, some ladies don't have that. I troll back. I do it to this day. But what, like, to, of course, did you pull from like that atmosphere and that culture? Have you ever been to any tournaments or even ask some of the ladies that's actually, because you say you do know people in the space, like anything that they went through and kind of wanted to put that in the game as well to give some texture to context or anything?
Absolutely. I mean, first of all, yes, like the FGC. Ooh, I'm so glad you said that because typically there's esports and then there's the FGC where like people try to make a distinction between like, you know, competitive fighting games versus versus like, yeah, so I'm gonna reel it in because that's a whole rant, versus like team-based, you know, games. And in the game that they're playing in High Elo Girls is one of those like 5-person team-based games. But I feel like those experiences as playing someone from like a marginalized gender are very universal across like every kind of competitive game that you're playing. So yeah, I mean, I've gone to Evo a couple times. I love it. I've gone to Combo Breaker in Chicago, which is like, you know, it's kind of like my local one. I like, you know, I've seen like Sonic Fox win tournaments, like live.
Me too. I've seen him when he was little, like a kid, little kid, and won against adults.
Right. He just like, well, yeah, they just kind of came on the scene and were like within it. Well, I won't swear, but
he's a genius.
Yeah, no, and so there we go. So yeah, I love going to tournaments. You know, I did a little bit of like, there used to be this site called Major League Gaming online where you could join little
you had
games.
the MLG years?
Oh
yeah, I did. I did the MLG where like you might win like $50 or something off of, you know, like one of those queues and stuff. And I've been following, you know, competitors who, for like something like the FGC, you get sponsored. You know, you join teams and squads and, you know, sort of represent together. And then for like a team-based sort of, you know, esports community, you know, I watch, unfortunately, like all girls teams sort of come and then there's harassment and, you know, sometimes they've got to disband because it's a very challenging atmosphere to be in. So yeah, I mean, I've been around people who've competed professionally, like publicly, and then I've been around, you know, women who are qualified to do it. So they're very high up on competitive ladders, you know, might be trying to field a team or get scouted, but are also running into, the difficulties of, you know, potentially being recruited onto like an all male squad and what comes with that. And like, there are some dudes in the space who will outright say really, you know, sort of regressive stuff like, oh, I would never recruit a female onto my team because she'll just be a distraction. You know, like stuff like that is just, these are sentiments that are out there and people feel very bold and like they will say that, you know, and it's that kind of thing that I've seen, I've been exposed to it, and I do want it to come through because these are undeniable experiences that people are having. But I'm also trying to be careful in that I don't want it to be like an after school special where it's like, oh, like these girls are just facing hardship. Like they are, but like you said, they're trolling back, you know, like they are there because they feel very passionate and very strong about what they're trying to do. So ultimately, I'm not going to shy away from the fact that this is the climate that they're in, but I also want it to be like a fun game. You know, I want people to not be like depressed as they're playing this game because it's a game at the end of the
Like
day.
this
You want to
character
have
right
fun with
here
it, right?
reminds me of me.
Right, right. I mean, so yeah, we do have one who, Kay, she has like the blue hair and the mohawk, and she is infamous for, you know, trolling back. Like she has a reputation, you know, to the
I
point
love
where she
it.
has actually been banned multiple times. Like her account has been banned multiple times because she's pretty terrible. But yeah, I mean, it's one of those things where it's like, I feel like people who stay in these spaces as well, they either become that person where they adapt by just sort of like adjusting to the vitriol that's thrown their way, or they might just like Senny, who's, you know, greatest hugs of all time. She's very zen. Like you know, they do meditation, they do yoga, like they just, you know, they take care of their mental health in that way. So yeah, I feel like the climate that they're in will come through in how they're performing, you know, their day-to-day lives, how they deal with it, rather than trying to create a game where it's like, don't you feel bad for, you know, these people all the time, even though like it is real, you know, it's like it's a real experience to have to go through to want something like that. So
Well, thank you. I love that
Thank
you've
you so
created
much.
this game and this experience. And for any of the girls out there who want to play, just do it. You have a right to be in this space. Gaming
Right.
is for everyone. It's not just for boys. It's not just for men. It's for everyone. And when I say that, I'm talking about everybody in the LGBTQ plus community. Like the fact that people are gatekeeping, we need to like just squash that. So if you see that
Let it
and you're
go.
the type who wants to get up and say something on behalf of people who are afraid to say
Mm,
things. You know what I mean? But
absolutely.
Danny,
Absolutely.
you're incredible. Like you're basically doing that with this game. I'm serious. You took this game and you're really like shining a light on some of the issues in it, and I think that's very important while also still making it fun and entertaining. But before we wrap up, if people want to find out more about you and the game, can you drop your socials?
Yeah, absolutely. So we really are focused on Twitter at the moment. So our Twitter is split_fate. And that's actually where, you know, as a studio, we're talking a lot about Hailu girls. We're recently doing like character threads and just sort of trying to show off the game and what you can kind of expect, you know, promoting our characters and our lovely little world that we've built. And then my personal is also, it is at Epistellar. So EPISTELLAR. And on there, I would say fair warning, I get real geeky. I talk about esports, but I also talk about stuff that's really pissing me off. And it, you know, it might be
Yeah, I'm
racism,
following
it
you
might
right
be
now.
sexism.
It's your account. You're allowed to do that. I'm
Yeah,
gonna follow
exactly.
you right after this, so don't even worry
Well,
because there's
thank
all kinds of things I say.
you.
But Danny, thank you so much for taking time to be on here, for
Yes.
being a part of Black Voices in Gaming, because it's so important that we open up these opportunities. And being a Black woman who's in the gaming space and creating games and developing like that,
Love to see it.
I love to see it. I'm so excited. So again, thank you for taking out some of your time for being with us. It was an absolute pleasure. And guys, stay tuned because we have a lot more coming up.
Yo, yo.
Hey! Come on!
A gente queria que quando a pessoa abrisse o jogo, ela tivesse a sensação, eu já vi essa pessoa na rua. Então, o Zé ele foi muito assertivo em criar personagens que refletem a cultura do hip hop e a cultura negra também.
Então você pode se identificar com um personagem, seja pelo estilo, seja pelo backstory dele ou até pelo beatbox que ele faz.
E essa identificação veio na concepção de personagens diversos, né? Então a gente tem ali a Fê e o Will, que são pessoas negras, mas são de estilos diferentes, histórias diferentes.
Então, diferente de outras mídias, ou filmes e até outros jogos, onde você tem estereótipos com determinadas funções, a criação, né, tanto do conceito quanto de visual dos personagens, no One Beat Me tem muito mais a ver com fazer com que eles sejam relacionáveis com pessoas que a gente conhece dentro da nossa realidade.
Eu acho que a gente escolheu o beatbox porque, além de fazer os nossos olhos brilhar, a gente também se identifica muito com esse tipo de expressão. E a gente queria que as pessoas elas se sentissem mais próximas do beatbox, da cultura hip hop, por meio do videogame.
A dança, ela consegue fazer com que diferentes pessoas de diferentes contextos e até idiomas diferentes consigam se conectar. E o beatbox, ele tinha esse potencial.
Quando eles me explicaram que, além de ser um jogo de beatbox, ele tem toda uma narrativa de um contexto onde cada personagem tem uma característica principal, cada personagem mora numa região de São Paulo. Por exemplo, cada fase que eu desbloquear vai ser uma quebrada nova de São Paulo. Tipo, essa parada me fez muito querer fazer parte e poder construir isso junto, porque é algo que tá na minha vivência, assim, enquanto pessoa.
Ninguém fez o que a gente tá fazendo agora. E isso é um ponto assim, muito importante a se pensar, porque quando você já tem alguns jogos que são lançados dentro da indústria, geralmente são repetições de algo que já existe, só que o que a gente está fazendo aqui é criando algo do zero. Então, tudo que é criado do zero é mais complexo.
E isso requer muito empenho e quebrar a cabeça de fato, assim, né? Tipo, testar, refazer, testar e ir progredindo, assim.
Então a gente imagina muito que o processo do One Beat Me, quanto obra artística, impacte as pessoas no ponto delas se sentirem felizes, se divertindo, né?
Cara, pra ser sincera, eu quero chocar as pessoas, assim, tipo, que elas tenham a mesma reação que eu tive, assim, de nossa, eu não esperava por isso, sabe? Tipo, uma surpresa, que elas fiquem felizes, assim, de ver que a gente não tá fazendo mais do mesmo.
Eu quero muito que o jogo ele consiga chegar em diversas comunidades, de as pessoas enxergar.
Jovens, meninos e meninas pudessem se divertir jogando o One Beat Me, se sentissem representados e que ainda na infância eles pudessem perceber que eles podem fazer o que eles quiserem, seja produzir arte, seja fazer um filme, seja abrir a sua empresa. O jogo, o estúdio e a nossa jornada não é uma corrida para chegar primeiro em lugar nenhum, mas sim inspirar outras pessoas, assim como a gente foi inspirado a não desistir dos nossos sonhos.
Oh my God,
Wow,
that was
that-
incredible!
Like, I love the whole hip hop vibe. Like, it really brought it to life. Like, the game we're about to see and play, the documentary really brought it to life and let us actually know more about Sue the Real. But we're gonna jump more into Sue the Real because we have the staff here, we have the team and the crew here. Welcome everyone. Thank you so much for joining us with Black Voices in Gaming. So we have Marco Silva, the beautiful Raquel Mota, and we also have Jose Wilson, aka Z.
What's up, everyone? Thank you so much for coming on, spending some time with us, and sharing your game. I love the fact that you mentioned earlier that like you've been kind of following Black Voices in Gaming, and now you're here, which is incredible. So like, yo, excited to have you. But I'm going to throw it over to Red because she has a lot of questions that she wants to get into.
I have a lot of questions. I just want to say thank you so much for like showcasing Afro-Brazilian culture, actually representing us as well as far as the whole African diaspora across the world, but actually seeing it, you know, in Brazil. So I love that. So I want to ask y'all if y'all can please introduce yourselves. Marco, we could start with you and let us know what is your connection or what you do with Sudareal.
Hi everyone, my name is Marco Silva, and I'm a game developer, CTO, and programmer. In 1BitMe, I contribute with everything is invisible, and if you have some problem, it's probably is my fault. At the same time,
no.
I love always have. I'm fixing everything. I'm very connected with the team of 1BitMe. The hip hop culture are very connected with my childhood history. At the same time, I love music. I love game art, expressions, and it's a good pleasure work with Black people and work in this community because it's connected to personal things, you know, the purpose of my life. And for me, it's so important working with Raquel and Zed too.
I love that. And then we have Raquel Moda. What is your connection and what do you do with Sudareal?
Thank you for being here. And I'm okay, Raquel, and sorry, I like games since I was a kid. So when I grow up, I studied more games. And now with Sudareal, we found with me and Marcos, and now I work as a game developer and CEO on the Sudareal, and sometimes I write a script in our games here.
That's dope.
Awesome. And last but not least, Z. How are you? And what is your connection with Sudareal? And what do you do over there with the crew?
Hi everyone, my name is Jose, and I'm art director at the Sudareal. I working with Marcos and Raquel since from the beginning of the studio, mostly contribute in the projects with as an artist and wrap up the art direction, aim in the with direction the visuals of the projects are going and developing a lot of art and drawings across the time with this amazing team. So yes.
So Z, right back at you because we just came off of watching that incredible documentary. How did that come about and how was the passion to actually like bring to life what One Beat Men is going to be about into something so incredibly like visualization of it? How did that come about?
The hip hop is spreading everywhere in music, video clips, animations, movies, and we think, and also in games. But we are really looking for introduce this subject for a new audience with our perspective about how the good things that we learn and live from the hip hop culture. And in terms of art style, we want to show this shining side about the culture, about the colorful, the respect, you know, the friendship, and I try transpass this to the art style to make the subject more welcome to a new audience, but also bring back who everyone follow this kind of topics in a fresh way, you know. So I think this is our goal.
Yeah, I love that because I've never seen a game like we've had hip hop games in the past, Of course, I love how y'all all mentioned that we wanted to show a different light of the hip hop culture, and nothing so stereotypical or negative, especially when it surrounds us as Black people and the culture that we have connected to hip hop. So Raquel, I learned something interesting about you, that aside from game development, you also study plants, and you mentioned how plants actually like help you with your game development. Can you let us know more about that?
Oh yes, it's my hobby because I love nature a lot. So everything I saw in my day is a aspiration for me. And when I study plants, I try to connect with our things here. It's a part of me for a long time because I don't know why, but since I was a kid, my parents show a lot for me how I can take care more with my space, the nature, and family. And when I reconnect these things in my life, I feel better. So when I saw a plant, sometimes I think my hair and other things that happen in my body. So this is inspire me to create new things in One Between and other. Oh, sorry. How can I say obra?
Projects.
Oh, yes, projects. Creating new projects here. So it's so special because I think he introduced more this nature and plants in our game on Bitinin. It's a plan for the future, but with I think about this now.
That's really interesting. I thought that was really unique to have something aside from gaming all the time to inspire you in your work. Now, Marco, you have a cool philosophy. You mentioned earlier how if something's messed up, it's all your fault. But you have a really cool philosophy on how you look upon things, and especially development, where you say done is better than perfect. Can you let us know more about that? Because in game development, or a lot of things, period, when you're working on projects, you can sometimes being a perfectionist is a curse more than actually being a blessing. So let us know more about why you chose that philosophy.
Oh, I need to say, I think I learned about this with Z, because I'm a programmer and I'm always looking for my process as I need to improve that and that, but improve a thing can be infinite, and sometimes you need to look for a spot and make it step by step your progression. And I think if this, when I change this mentality, this help a lot us, because we understand we don't start our career at the same place, a big company, and make this comparing our journey in these companies is so injustice with us, And I think for us, the things work bad when we put smaller objectives for do things. And I think this philosophy, done is better than perfect, is because we love to have a connection with people are playing your game. And if you don't finish the game, the people don't play. And it is, yes, I prefer the people play the game, not work perfectly, but have a connection. It's better.
That's a great segue, because we're going to jump right into One Beat Men right now. And y'all gonna help me as well too. And then we're gonna actually ask some questions. So let's jump right into One Beat Men and check it out.
Awesome. Oh my God, this game looks so good. And the music in it is absolutely incredible. I just wanted to say, I can tell that this is a love letter to hip hop, to Black culture. And I think you guys have nailed it. It's great. And the fact that you were talking about make sure it's done and not perfect, it's because you want people to have that experience. And life is not perfect. So like going in and just being able to experience this, that's the most important thing. And I love that you're pushing that agenda with this game. But before I ask any more questions, let's kind of get into the game, start it up, and I'm gonna let Red handle this because like I said, she's a pro. She's a pro.
The pressure.
The pressure is on.
No problem. No problem.
So it's like beatboxing with it. So how would I start off to make sure I beat this brother right here on the train?
Okay.
He looks like he's coming hard too.
I will give you a short summary. So in this demo version, we introduce two characters for our hosters. So you will need to choose your setup to play and set up the CPU to be your opponent. So you can pick any one of these two. After this, you already choose the tracks. We have 3 tracks work in progress now. And the goal is looking the sequence of your opponent and copy in the same inputs in the clockwise direction, but in the beat of the music. This is the goal.
Got it.
I think I failed.
You got this. Oh my god, this is dope.
So it's like a rap battle, but
yeah,
it bumps.
The fact that they're using like sounds, it reminds me of scat. I don't know if you guys know what that is, but it's like Billie Holiday used to do it. Ella Fitzgerald was like amazing at using her voice just to make different sounds and beats, and this is incredible. While we're playing it and while we have this amazing music track going on in the background, I did have a few questions. What is it like being a Black developer in Brazil? Like, what is the gaming industry like in Brazil? Because I only know what it's like in the US, and I'm super excited to hear because I know that you guys have one of the biggest conferences in the world for gaming there.
Oh. You can answer.
Whoever wants to answer it.
Okay.
Try not to lose.
I think I can share a little thing. Can you hear me? Perfect.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay. I think being a Black game developer in Brazil is a good thing because we have an opportunity to put our culture and our referential in our games. At the same time, it's so hard because here in Brazil, we have a problem to start our career in game. Equipment is so I forgot the word.
Expensive.
Expensive, and this maybe put us in a difficult way to start our career. At the same time, I think it's so good to be in a country where you have the most part of population as a Black people, and this connects us with a culture and imaginary of Black culture. You know?
That's awesome. And I know like you guys had some help from the Black Developer Game Fund. Can you talk a little bit more about how that has helped you reach the success of the game?
Okay.
Anybody can answer. I'm sorry, I'm not like saying a name. I'm literally I'm just throwing it. Whoever has the answer, go for it.
No problem.
Okay.
Oh, Zed is not here now.
Raquel.
Okay,
I'm gonna pick Raquel.
Okay.
Raquel, go.
Oh, it's so important in our trajectory because these funds make our dreams possible. We try to develop in one team for
2018.
Yes, and
Science 2018.
it's crazy because all the time we need to work in 2-3 jobs to make this working in our company, and it's not good. And because in a moment we need to focus on one thing, and the Black Development Fund made this possible. We can focus in one activity, and we do our best all the time to give our players more fun and give us a moment to breathe and say for us it's okay, we can do that in our way. So I don't know how to explain this, and I'm not I'm an emotional person when talk about this because it's important, and in everything you saw in this demo, because our team working a lot all the time to try to try our best. And when we saw our community here, we saw a lot of people proud of us because we grow up a lot in this process, and it's not mentioned in a simple phrase, but it's so important.
Oh, that's wonderful. And I'm really glad that you talked about like how you were able to like step away and really focus on this because of the Black Developer Fund, because that's really important, and that's what it's about. It's about opening up new doors and allowing you to really focus on what you're passionate about. You guys, I absolutely love the game. It's incredible. Like I couldn't stop like dancing while she was playing it. I was like,
I'm a hip hop head.
I was like yeah.
I was rocking with it, but yeah, I love it. I love how y'all encompass a lot of pillars of hip hop too within it, from the style, the beatboxing and stuff. I love battle rap, so I stay close to hip hop. Period. I'm from New York City, so it's a must anyway. But I really love the representation. I love that y'all are doing what y'all doing and being brave in it too, and unapologetic with our culture as well. So, Destiny, you have anything else to add?
No, just thank you. Thank you so much for coming on. And if anybody else wants to find out information about you and the game, can you plug your socials? Let us know where we can find out. If you have a Discord, if you have a Twitter, we want to support you, and we want our viewers to support you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for the space and the invite, guys. It's really a pleasure to be here. And if anyone wants to see more about what we are doing, you can follow us in our main site, sudareal.com, or Twitter, also Sudareal. We have a Twitter account for the game also, and soon as possible we are sharing a build for anyone for you can play soon as possible. But yeah, just Google Sudareal in the social medias and you'll find us.
All right, awesome. Thank you so much for coming on. Thank you for taking the time to show us your incredible game. You guys are doing magic, and we appreciate it. Well, that was pretty incredible. I loved all of it. I loved all of it. And I just love seeing a game that represents us. You know what I'm saying? Like our music, our style. Oh my God.
Our music, our style, our melanin culture, like everything hands on. I love it. So that was One Beat Men. So check for it soon. And we got to meet some really incredible talent today. Like it's been an international Black Voices in Gaming showcase from the UK, Brazil. We also had lady developers on here as well, which has been amazing. So I'm really glad that they were able to pretty much bring forth their dreams, their talents, and showcase for us. So Destiny, how has it been for you?
This show was dope. the fact that we have gone global, basically, like we've gone global. We're bringing in developers from all over the world, bringing minorities together to see these amazing developers and their talent. I mean, like, I couldn't ask for more. But we also need to thank the people who helped us put this showcase together year after year. So let's go through and let's give a shout out to our partners for today's show. First up, we have Raw Fury, who has helped us from the start. Like, I'm saying, they've been team Black Voices in Gaming from the beginning. We have PlayStation. Everybody knows about PlayStation. We have Intel, Game Dev, Boost. We also have ID at Xbox. We have Razer. We have Kickstarter. But we also want to say a huge thank you to the team at The Mix and Media One, our broadcasting partners, Twitch Gaming, IGN, Steam, and GameSpot. Thank you for joining us today. Thank you for listening to the developers tell their story and share their games. And don't forget to check out merch, because, like, what's a good show without some swag, you know?
I hear
love
that.
the swag. I need the swag.
You need it. You gotta get the full drip. Black Voices in Gaming drip.
Drip.
and also a representation. Make sure you check out the Steam page, which is our Mix event page, where you'll be able to check out Black Voices in Gaming developers, their games. You can support them by buying, and also add them to your wish list. Add them to the games that's about to come out, even if they're not out yet, and wish list them. And be sure to keep up with us, the whole BVIG family. You can follow us on our Twitter page, which is BVI Gaming, and also check us out on IG and YouTube, which is Black Voices in Gaming as well, and our website, blackvoicesingaming.org. Also, we're gonna have Black Voices in Gaming at Day of the Devs to showcase some games there, so stay tuned for that event. And yo, I just must say, like, everything has been incredible. I really thank you so much, Destiny. I've been your co-pilot, you know.
You've been the best.
Player 2 in the building.
Without you. We've been lost without you.
It's been so fun chatting with everyone. Thank you so much for all the developers for participating in Black Voices in Gaming. And one thing that's really dope about this showcase as a whole, it sheds light to marginalized voices, Black developers that want to have their game out there. We're in a really huge industry. So for those who don't understand when it comes to a snuffed out voice, we need showcases like this and a whole community and funding to make sure that these developers get support. So I hope it has shed some light, inspired everyone, and also have some titles to look forward to. And I am Red Infamy, your Master Geekress. You can find me across the web. It's Red Infamy on everything. Also check out Geek Game Tight and Hidden Code. Destiny.
Red, listen, it's so hard to say goodbye. You know what I'm saying? Like, I could be here all day long,
So
but
hard.
we got. Thank you. Bring it in. But in closing, to yesterday. Okay, I'm sorry. Anyways, guys, thank you. In closing, we just like to say that Black Voices in Gaming will continue to focus on providing funding, opening up doors, and creating opportunities for minority game developers. We will continue to strive so that you can be heard and seen. You're doing important work and setting the foundation for a more open and diverse community for developers, publishers, and gamers alike. Thank you for pursuing your dreams. And please know that Black Voices in Gaming will always be here to support you. If you want to know more about me, you can always catch me over at the Burnout Writer podcast, as well as bonus level over at Level 1 Gaming, a site that's minority owned and celebrates and uplifts Black voices in the gaming community. Last but not least, you can always hit me up on Twitter at DMBC32. That's the end of our show, and we hope you enjoyed it as much as we enjoyed being here and sharing off all of this amazing talent and speaking to these incredible people. Guys, stay tuned because we're going to have more showcases. We're not going to stop. We're going to keep going. And you're welcome to join us. So thank you. We love you. Stay safe out there. And we will see you next time.
Peace.